Psalms 121 verses 1 to 4 says, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord who made heaven and earth. He will not suffer your foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. A blessed good afternoon, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Today in our Moments of Impact Reflection segment, you guessed it, I'll be continuing sharing from the leadership series entitled, Becoming a Better Leader. So far, in this series, we've reflected on the key words, long-suffering, empathy, action, discipline, and excellence. In today's reflection for part 6, I want to focus on the key word, resilience. To become a better leader, you must be a person of resilience. Resilience is the ability to adapt, recover, and bounce back from challenges, adversity, or trauma. As a leader, you must have the ability to adapt, to recover, and bounce back from whatever life throws your way. The reality is, none of us are exempt from the trials and tribulations of life. No matter your title, no matter your credentials, no matter your status, life has a way of throwing curveballs at you, and at times when you least expect it. Sometimes it's your health, your family, your finances, your business, your career, and the list goes on and on. But let me encourage each of you today with a few words from the great Apostle Paul, who faced major adversity as he advanced the message of the kingdom. And it's found in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verses 8 and 9. And it reads, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. We are persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. This passage of scripture reminds us as leaders that we must not allow our troubles to crush us. We must not allow the perplexities of life to drive us to despair. And when we are knocked down, we must get back up. I leave you today with a phrase that came from an old ad for Timex watches in the 1950s, where they strapped watches to test objects like boats, water skiers, and even diving boards to prove that they would not break. The phrase born out of this ad campaign was, it takes a licking, but it keeps on ticking. This phrase encapsulates the essence of resilient leaders. You take your licking, but you keep on ticking. Selah, think and act on these things. Let us pray. Our gracious and eternal Father, we pause once again to seek your face. You said in your word, if you seek me, you will find me. And if you knock, the door will be open. Today, we seek you on behalf of our nation. We seek your forgiveness for our sins. We seek your strength for our weaknesses. We seek your healing for our sickness and our disease. Almighty God, we seek your divine peace for our turmoils and confusion. Now, Lord, we cover our leaders and their families. We pray for their well-being. We pray for their growth and development. We pray for their leadership acumen. We pray, Almighty God, that you would grant our leaders wisdom. Give them the ability, Almighty God, to make sound decisions. We pray that you would grant them understanding. Help each of them to come into the fullness of whom you've created them to be. We thank you for their lives today. Almighty God, we pray that you would superintend the affairs of this honorable house. We humbly ask, Almighty God, that you would bless every person in this room today. And dear Lord, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This is our prayer. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. And all of God's people say, amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
On, yes? Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, I have received a document from the Minister of Foreign Affairs as it relates to a matter of immediate public importance. I viewed the document and see no reason why he should not. I'm now calling upon the Honorable Member for Fox Hill to share that document with us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I make this statement to the House, and in particular to the family and the estate of Claudia Edwards Bethel, deceased. On the 11th of June, 2026, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council ruled that the government of the Bahamas was vicariously liable for the acts of an immigration officer, Norman Bastian, in arresting and detaining Claudia Edwards Bethel. We accept the judgment and apologize unreservedly to the family of Mrs. Bethel and her estate. On coming to office in 2021, the government established a multi-agency task force to address weaknesses in the oversight of the security forces. The work of that task force has already resulted in changes that strengthen the processes. The Minister of State will advance proposals shortly for consultation with all stakeholders. The officer, Norman Bastian, who perpetrated the wrong, has been retired from the public service in the public interest. We wish to make it clear that the government of the Bahamas does not in any way support or condone his unlawful conduct. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you. Order the document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the opposition spokesman for Foreign Affairs and Immigration, I'd just like to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigration whether or not, in the public interest, the officer, retired officer, as he said, retired in the public interest, whether that officer, Officer Bastian, has been permitted to continue to receive whatever benefits he was entitled to prior to his discharge by the government.
Comment on the matter.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, by way of the clerk, the Honorable Member and Leader of Government Business, The honourable member for Pinewood has asked, with the agreement of the side opposite, that we go to notices for future meetings on the order of business so that a resolution can be laid. So that a resolution can be laid, please.
Madam Speaker, I beg
Chair
leave
recognizes-
for Nassau Village to make an intervention before we get to that point.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Nassau Village.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, I just wanted to bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, a tragedy that unfolded this morning.
Honourable member for Marco City. I see the leader of opposition business is not here. You do agree? Okay, thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, I just wanted to bring to your attention a tragedy that unfolded this morning on the airport road where a staffer of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority was struck and ultimately killed while carrying out their duty of cleaning that particular verge. The matter itself is currently under investigation, but I just wanted to extend my sincerest condolences to the family of Mr. John Altador. I want to advise all colleagues that the family has already been contacted. We're also seeking that they have some psychological intervention because of what transpired, not only for the family, but also for the workers who would have worked alongside Mr. Altador. At this particular point in time, I just would like to request the prayers of all members here, and of course yourself, for that particular family, and also to ensure that we keep his two children in prayers as well. So on behalf of the Bahamas Public Parks Authority, I would like to publicly express my sincerest condolences to that family and to the staffers at Parks and Beaches who will now go without their friend, their family, and colleague. Thank you so much. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I thank the member from Marco City for allowing us, for agreeing for us to go down to notices so that the Minister of Finance could lay a resolution.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to give notice of the following resolution. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter referred to as the Treasurer, the corporation sole established under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, revised Statute Law of the Bahamas 2000, hereinafter referred to as the Act, is seized in fee simple in possession of the hereditaments more particularly described in the first and second schedule hereto, hereinafter referred to as the said hereditaments. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5.3a of the Act, this House approves, 1, the conveyance by the Treasurer to Passerine at Abaco Holdings Limited of the said hereditaments described in the first schedule for the sum of $781,200, and 2, the conveyance by the Treasurer to Bakers Bay Homeowners Association Limited of the said hereditaments described in the second schedule for the sum of $859,800.
Thank you, honourable member. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you. I also have a response here from the honourable member for Marco City. Order the documents still lie on the table. We will now revert back. At the suspension, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume we are now ready with the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island on the floor. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Thank you indeed, Madam Speaker. I rise today with humility, gratitude, and a sense of responsibility to make my contribution to the 2026-2027 budget debate. I must first give thanks to Almighty God, who has guided every step of my journey. Madam Speaker, I also wish to congratulate you on your re-election to this honorable House and on your return to the speakership. The confidence reposed in you is a reflection of the regard in which you are held. Yes. And I wish you continued wisdom, patience, and fairness as you preside over the business of this place. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for granting me 2 hours to speak today. I undertake not to use all of it, but I fully intend to use most of it. I thank Prime Minister Davis for the confidence he has again reposed in me as Deputy Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and now as Minister of Education, Science and Technology. I thank my cabinet colleagues, my parliamentary colleagues, the public officers who support the machinery of government, and all those who continue to labor in service to our people. And I thank once again the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. They have returned me to this honorable House for the 3rd consecutive term, and they have done so with confidence, with clarity, and with an expression of trust that I do not take lightly. We were successful in every polling division in Exuma and Ragged Island, every single one. For the 2nd consecutive time, yes, despite significant resources marshaled against me, yes, and my team, in the hopes of swaying the outcome in the favor of a privileged few. Exuma and Ragged Island, I promise to continue to serve you with dignity and integrity. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your prayers and your support. And for those who sought to weaponize public sentiments prior to the election, hoping for a different outcome, yes, that battle is finished.
And they lose that
I offer an olive branch to all, including persons who ran against me. Let's work together for the betterment of Exuma and Ragged Island and our entire country. Madam Speaker, I must also thank my family. No one in public life serves alone. Families carry burdens the public never sees and make sacrifices that are never recorded in the Hansard, the records of this House. So today, I again publicly thank my wife, my daughters Chelsea and Chloe, and my son Isaac, who is here with me today. Yeah, Isaac. He's my favorite son, Madam Speaker. Today, I thank also my siblings and my extended family, Team Cooper, stalwart councillors, my supporters, and the many people who have walked with me and prayed for me on this journey. I come to this debate at a particular moment in the life of our nation. On May 12th, the Bahamian people renewed the mandate of this progressive Liberal Party government. And for the first time in nearly 30 years, the people of the Bahamas returned a government for a 2nd consecutive term to reward Prime Minister Davis for focused leadership and our team for the progress that we have made. That is no small thing. It ain't no little deal, Madam Speaker. It's a big deal.
Yes, sir.
And the Bahamian people saw our work. Sedans. They saw an economy rescued and tourism restored to record results. The Bahamian people saw investment return and a pipeline achieved of $15 billion in new foreign direct investments. I thank the team at the Bahamas Investment Authority. They saw a government, the people saw a government that, despite imperfections and challenges, worked every day to move this country from recovery to rebuilding, and from rebuilding to progress. When we came to office in 2021, this country was still recovering from the triple blows of Hurricane Dorian, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the FNM's mismanagement. Families were hurting, businesses were uncertain, tourism had been devastated. Our economy had been downgraded numerous times, and our people were looking for stability. But this administration did not panic. We went to work. We helped move this country from crisis to recovery, from recovery to growth, and from growth to renewed national momentum. I served last time as Minister of Tourism, Investments, and Aviation. That was my first opportunity to serve in cabinet and the privilege of a lifetime. And I thank my teams for making me look good. Tourism is our #1 industry. Tourism is food on the table. Tourism is taxi drivers, straw vendors, hotel workers, cooks, entertainers, entrepreneurs, tour operators, boat captains, artisans, farmers, fishermen, and small business owners. Tourism is a mother paying for uniforms. And Madam Speaker, during the last term, we saw record growth in tourism year after year, culminating in more than 12.5 million visitor arrivals. I thank Team Tourism for their work. We restored and expanded airlift, deepened partnerships, launched new campaigns, engaged new markets, prioritized 16 family island destinations, and empowered hundreds of Bahamian entrepreneurs through the TDC and the Tourism Development Fund that we formed through the spin-offs from tourism. And I thank tourism once more, the 400 members around the world. And I thank the aviation teams too. Together we embarked upon the revitalization of 19 airports, the largest airport renaissance in the history of the Bahamas. We laid out the national aviation strategy and pioneered the space industry in the Bahamas. We improved our safety standards and kept our sector ratings as Tier 1. We've signed multiple partner MOUs and 10 air services agreements, and we expanded airlift. I eagerly look forward to the continuation of the progress on the many projects and initiatives that we have advanced in aviation. And I'm particularly proud of the work we've done with Family Island airports, just like we promised we would do, Madam Speaker. I have often said that infrastructure for these family islands is not just infrastructure, it's dignity for our people. And we demonstrated that when tourism grows, the wider economy grows, that growth puts money in the pockets of Bahamians, dramatically improved direct and indirect government revenues, and justified the upgrades by the rating industry. I sincerely thank the technical team of tourism led by Director General Latia Duncombe. I thank former Member of Parliament John Pinder and former Cabinet Minister Basil McIntosh, and I wish them well. I now take on a new challenge, and I rest easy, Madam Speaker, knowing that the tourism portfolio is now in the capable and safe hands of the member for Angliston, Madam Speaker. Yes, our first term was about recovery, restoring jobs, tourism, confidence, and credibility. But this second term must be about something deeper, building the Bahamian people. Because if tourism helped us rebound the economy, education must now help us build a future.
Yes.
Notwithstanding the many tourism accolades I received and the records achieved, I want to say, as I said at UB North a few weeks ago, that the greatest resource of our country has never been its beaches, but has always been our people. The challenge before us is to unlock their full potential. I now serve proudly as Minister of Education, Science and Technology. I thank the Member of Parliament for Angliston, the Honourable Glenys Hannah Martin, who served as Minister of Education before me. I will build on her successes. She brought passion and an acute nationalistic pride to the role, and I applaud her, Madam Speaker. None of us succeed alone, and I therefore acknowledge and thank the teams of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology that I have now proudly assumed, and some of them are here today. Permanent Secretary Lorraine Brister, Director Dominique McCartney-Russell, Undersecretaries, Deputy Permanent Secretaries, Deputy Directors and Assistant Directors, and all the managers and employees who give of themselves each day. And of course, my brother, Senator the Honorable Keenan Johnson, joins me as Parliamentary Secretary. He is already helping to shape the future, and I really look forward to working with him. Please give them a round of applause, Madam Speaker. I promised you earlier that I will not shortchange you and I will go for the full 2 hours. But I expect, however, to focus on several important themes. Firstly, building people, education as national development. Secondly, every child matters. Equity, inclusion, and dignity. Thirdly, multiple pathways for success. And fourthly, ownership, Madam Speaker, preparing Bahamians to own careers, industries, and the future economy of our Bahamas. At the outset, let me assure the Bahamian people that I will face the challenge of the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology in the same way that I did tourism investments in aviation, with the same level of seriousness, innovation, energy, and focus. We ran on a blueprint of continuing progress. If something is working, there is no need to reinvent the wheel. We will enhance where necessary. We will not reset. There will be no stop, review, and cancel. I will focus on finding solutions to what is not working as well as we wish. We've been making great gains in education. We've gotten back to a focus on the basics of literacy and numeracy. There's an opportunity to continue to improve our performance in math, and we continue to deploy strategies to do so. We're also expanding Upskill Bahamas. We've offered 8,000 course placements to date, and we are adding 5,000 more in the next cohort. We're expanding the National School Breakfast Program to make sure that we can serve breakfast, improve dignity and attendance daily throughout the nation. We last week celebrated the serving of 2 million breakfasts, and we will begin running a pilot in September 2026 in the junior high schools.
Yes.
I signed amendments yesterday to curriculum to reflect the new Bahamian history textbook completed by the former Minister of Education. And we will implement the mandates laid out in Education Act 2026 and the Early Childhood Care Act 2026 that we've passed. I have, of course, been in this portfolio for less than a month. I do not come here to suggest that I have already mastered every file, solved every problem, or answered every question. I have not even read my briefing notes in full. It's a lot, Madam Speaker. The member for Engliston has left me homework. I'm not even close to where I need to be. But I come here with energy, excitement, and a willingness to listen. I come with respect for educators and public officers who have carried the system for many years with great sacrifice of their off time and sometimes even their money. And I come with a firm conviction that there is no portfolio in government more central to the future of the Bahamas than education, science, and technology. Many people know me as a finance guy, a businessman, and an entrepreneur who is inspired by his past accomplishments to ensure more Bahamians own our tourism industry and own our overall economy. Many of you know me as DPM and Minister of Tourism Investments and Aviation, but some may not remember that I once stood before a classroom as a public high school teacher.
Yes.
in the subjects of economics, commerce, and accounting. I have often joked that I served 2 years hard time in high school. But the truth is that experience never left me. It gave me a deep respect for teachers. It gave me a front row seat to the hopes, struggles, talents, and potential of Bahamian students. And perhaps that is why I view this new assignment with such promise, passion, and with such humility. Education changed the trajectory of my life. I attended public schools, the Forbes Hill All-Age School, Ellen Coakley High School, the College of the Bahamas. I came through the public education system straight through. And like many Bahamians, opportunities did not come to me wrapped in privilege. I fought for everything. No famous family, no rich uncle, a father who died prematurely with no insurance policy, a mother who didn't attend college, but who understood that education was the great equalizer. We were poor, but she had faith in God. Amen. We were all going to college or trade school, whether we liked it or not. And we did. All 12 of us. And when I left Exuma for Nassau at the age of 16, I worked while attending the College of the Bahamas on scholarship. I slept on the floor of my sister's apartment. I worked at a gas station pumping gas and cleaning windshields to sustain myself. Eventually, through scholarship, sacrifice, discipline, and the grace of God, doors opened for me to study abroad, and I did. I returned home. I fulfilled my bonded obligations with the government of the Bahamas. I worked. I built. I served. I pursued ownership and wealth as an entrepreneur. I did all right, Madam Speaker. I think so.
You did well.
And I tell that story because my story is not mine alone. It is the story of thousands of Bahamians who came from poverty, from humble beginnings, and found a path through education, work ethic, and integrity. It's a story of a public school student who was given a chance. It is the story of what happens when a country invests in its people and when we invest in education. I leave it there for now, Madam Speaker. But you could read more about it in my book, Fishing in on the Rocks.
Fishing on the Rocks.
On sale there. On sale there. Downstairs in the lobby. You can purchase at the lobby.
I share that story, not for politics, but to speak directly to the Bahamian parents watching today, to the mother working a double shift just to buy school uniforms, to the father praying the streets do not claim his teenage son. I see your sacrifice. I was that boy. And my promise to you is this: when you hand us your greatest treasure at the school gate each morning, we will fight for their future as if it were our own. Madam Speaker, I didn't just read about the values of the Progressive Liberal Party in a textbook. I've lived them. Opportunity, dignity, access, fairness, empowerment. The belief that a child from Forbes Hill deserves the same chance as the child from anywhere else. And that is why I believe with every fiber of my being that education is the greatest public good any nation can provide. I will say again, if education is not the greatest public good of a nation, nothing is. There is no greater investment, no greater equalizer, no greater instrument of national development. Now, every ministry has important work to do. National security protects our people, health and wellness cares for them, finance manages the state's resources, tourism drives the economy, works builds our infrastructure, social services supports the vulnerable, but education supplies them all. The economy, skilled workers, the public service professionals, the health systems, nurses and doctors, national security's young people with pathways instead of desperation, and tourism, we supply chefs and managers and engineers. Yes, Madam Speaker, education supplies the future. And let me be candid. Every other ministry in this cabinet spends much of its budget managing the downstream consequences of what education does or fails to do. And national security, too, often arrests the young people for whom we did not build a pathway. If we get education right, we reduce pressures everywhere else. We reduce unemployment, crime, and dependency. We improve productivity. We strengthen families, and we grow the economy. Education is the foundation ministry, the human development ministry on which this nation's long-term success depends. This ministry is the ultimate upstream supplier of our citizens' dignity and our national destiny. We do not simply spend the nation's wealth. We manufacture the capacity to create it. And when we fix the classroom, we fix the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Amen. It is easy for governments to speak about education. It is harder to fund it. And budgets reveal priorities. And if there is no doubt about the seriousness with which this administration takes education, one need only examine the resources being directed to the education sector. In 2025-2026, the fiscal year, we got $353 million. In 2020, that was about $320 million. This year, though, there will be approximately $384 million in recurrent expenditures being invested directly in education. That is before we even begin to speak fully about the $63 million of capital works and the $7 million for school breakfast and the $25+ million we are allocating to scholarships at UB and BTVI. A total of about $450 million a year when the dust settles. The only thing we spend more on in this country is health care. But this is one of the clearest signs that this government understands that the future of the Bahamas is being written in the classroom today. And as a businessman, I view education as an investment. When we invest in education, we invest in every future doctor, teacher, engineer, entrepreneur, police officer, nurse, scientist, artist, tradesman, skilled worker this nation will ever produce. And as much as we see in this budget, St. Barnabas, as much as you've given us, is not enough, St. Barnabas. And people often ask where the money goes. It goes into classrooms, into paying teachers, feeding children, scholarships and special education. It goes into the people who show up every day to shape young Bahamian minds. Education is delivered by people. And no education system rises above the quality of its teachers, its leadership, or the commitment of those who deliver it. We continue to invest in allowances and professional development for our teachers. Education, though, is far more than salaries and allowances. Students need resources, teachers need tools, schools need support, repairs and infrastructure that keeps the system functioning for the daily experiences of our students. So as we prepare for the new academic year, our immediate focus is ensuring that every school is ready to welcome students and teachers on the first day, with repairs and critical infrastructure addressed. We have moved We must move beyond a cycle of emergency repairs every summer. We are placing renewed emphasis on building internal capacity. Our objective is to establish systems, personnel, and processes that allow for preventative and ongoing maintenance throughout the school year. Schools should not have to wait until June and then July for budget drawdown to fix what's break in time for September. Strong internal maintenance capacity and process is how we end this cycle. The second and equally pressing challenge is the shortage of teachers within the public education system. Current internal estimates indicate a shortfall of roughly 300 educators across various disciplines and islands. This challenge, though, is not unique to the Bahamas, as education systems around the world continue to compete for qualified teachers. This is compounded, though, by geopolitical pressures. Nevertheless, we are taking decisive action. And I've asked Parliamentary Secretary Keenan Johnson, who is to lead an urgent and coordinated effort along with the senior team on a multi-agency initiative, the Ministry of Public Service, Teachers Training Institute, and other stakeholder ministries to identify and fill as many vacancies before the start of the new school year. Our goal is simple. Every classroom should have a qualified teacher, and every student should have access to the quality of education they deserve. And we're approaching these challenges with focus to ensure that the education system is ready to deliver for Bahamian students from day one. And we're investing in higher education. The University of Bahamas remains our national university and one of the most important institutions in this country. And that's why the budget allocates $44 million in support of the university. The University of the Bahamas remains at the center of our vision for higher education, research, and innovation. And as the country's premier tertiary institution, its immediate priority is clear: achieving full institutional accreditation and continuing to strengthen the quality, credibility, and international recognition of the education it provides. Nowhere is the future of the university more evident than in UB North campus in Grand Bahama, where I had the opportunity to visit, where there is tremendous opportunity ahead, particularly once student housing is developed. It's a great vision to see an emerging university town for regional and international students, supporting the surge of growth in that economy. I was ever so proud to meet with the board and the senior executive of UB, my alma mater, I might add. And I thank Chairman Maynard Gibson, President Blaine, and the entire team at UB for their steady work. And at BTVI, there is a need to shift away in our country generally from the outdated notion that university education is the only pathway to success. BTVI gets that message, of course. The Bahamas needs doctors, lawyers, architects, yes, but we also need captains, electricians, plumbers, mechanics, marine technicians, renewable energy technicians, chefs, coders, welders, masons, carpenters, boat builders, aircraft technicians, hospitality professionals, and entrepreneurs. So at BTVI, they received $12.7 million subvention in St. Barnabas. That is not enough either. But I'm pleased to note that BTVI's recent accreditation is celebrated. They were recently accredited by the Council for Occupational Education, a significant milestone that reflects the hard work of its leadership, its faculty, its staff, and students. This achievement demonstrates that BTVI is continuing to raise standards and position itself as an institution capable of competing and collaborating on the international stage. And looking ahead, we're also pursuing new strategic partnerships that will expand opportunities for students and faculty alike. This includes strengthening existing relationships and creating new ones. As demand for technical and vocational training continues to grow, it has become increasingly clear that BTVI has outgrown its existing outdated facilities and is in urgent need of a modern, purpose-built campus capable of meeting the needs of today's students and tomorrow's economy. And this is why, to address this need, the minister responsible for lands, Prime Minister Davis, has already identified and allocated 30 acres of land in the vicinity of Government High School as the proposed site for a new BTVI campus. This development represents far more than a construction project. It's investment in the future of Bahamian talent, in innovation and economic competitiveness. BTVI has already secured a $10 million facility and will be advancing quickly the planning and design phases of this transformative initiative. Our long-term vision is to create a world-class technical education campus that will serve thousands of students annually and become the centerpiece of technical and vocational education in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the full development of this campus is expected to represent an investment of approximately $250 million over several phases, and there is a plan, Madam Speaker. And I sincerely thank Chairman Taylor and the board of BTVI, President Bastian, and the entire team for their vision, their stewardship during this important period of growth and transformation. A skilled tradesman with discipline, certification, and opportunity can get good-paying jobs, build wealth, create jobs, support a family, and contribute powerfully to national development. And if you got any doubt, read that book called A Millionaire Next Door. We want to continue to restore dignity to technical education. As my mother said, you go into college or you're learning a trade, because no one can fire you from a trade. A certified Bahamian plumber, a marine technician, an aviation mechanic, these are the master builders of our economy. And I'm proud to say that the Bahamas Polytechnic will work in this regard as well. Significant groundwork has already been undertaken as we assess international models, engage stakeholders, and examine how best to align technical and vocational education with the needs of a modern Bahamian economy. The Bahamas Polytechnic Institute on Wolf Road is in the advanced stages of completion, and we undertake to continue the progress. Our vision is a nationally recognized institution that elevates technical and vocational education and aligns it directly with the needs of the industries. The institution will work closely with industry partners, employers, BTVI, and international accredited bodies to ensure programs remain relevant, responsive, and connected to real employment opportunities. This government will respect workers in the technical sector. We will certify them, and we will elevate them. And this is why, Madam Speaker, we are reassessing the national diploma and sharpening our focus on technical and vocational education and training, TVET. We're actively exploring and consulting on the possibility of the introduction of additional secondary school diploma pathways, beginning with the 2027 academic year. This initiative reflects international best practice, where students are afforded multiple pathways to success while maintaining high standards and a common goal of secondary school completion. Under this approach, students would have the opportunity to pursue diplomas aligned with their strengths, interests, and career aspirations, including academic, technical, vocational, and special education pathways. Such a framework would engender dignity for each child, whilst better preparing them to be more productive citizens, and for university and BTVI for apprenticeships, the workforce, while helping to reduce disengagement and improve retention throughout the secondary school system. We're not pulling this out of thin air, Madam Speaker. The Education Commission conducted more than 50 consultations across the Bahamas and provided a number of recommendations to modernize secondary school education. And we intend to continue those consultations, reconnect with the Commission, and seek further input from educators, parents, employers, unions, and the wider public as we advance this implementation. This reform has the potential to support our ambitious goals of increasing graduate rates to 85% by 2030, while better aligning education with the needs of a modern Bahamian economy. And we are not alone in recognizing the importance of technical and vocational education. Nations such as Germany have demonstrated that world-class economies are built not only by university graduates, by highly skilled technicians, trade people, and apprentices. Their experience reminds us that vocational education must never be treated as a second choice, but as an equally dignified pathway to prosperity, entrepreneurship, and national development. And we will learn from international best practice while building a distinctly Bahamian system that responds to the needs of our people and our economy. And we have driven the national graduation rate to a record 59% in 2025, the highest since the Bahamas High School diploma began. That's progress, and we're not stopping there. Around the world, countries that have consistently achieved exceptional educational outcomes, including Finland, remind us that excellence and equity are not opposing goals. High-performing systems succeed not because they filter children out, but because they invest early, they support teachers, they embrace inclusion, and they recognize that education must develop the whole person. As we modernize education in Bahamas, we will learn from international best practice while building solutions rooted in the Bahamian reality. And we're investing significantly in scholarships, $14 million, plus the $25 million direct to UB and BTVI. Talent is distributed throughout the Bahamas. Opportunities must be too. The scholarship portfolio includes major support, as I've referenced, for UB and BTVI, international scholarships and other awards that help Bahamians pursue tertiary education and professional training. That is how we tell the child in Exuma or Andros or Grand Bahama or Cat Island, Maikal or Long Island that their dreams are just as critical as those of the child in New Providence. And by leveraging partnerships with new and existing foundations and directly with universities, we will dramatically increase the number of scholarships offered to Bahamians with a renewed focus on family islands and low-income families who qualify. We also continue to support independent schools. Whether a child attends a public school or private school, we have a duty to invest in that child. We have budgeted $17 million for independent schools. Because when you walk through schools, when you speak to teachers, when you listen to parents, when you see children with extraordinary potential or special needs, you quickly realize that every additional dollar invested wisely in education has the power to change a life. And this is why I will be relentless as an advocate for the children of this country. And I want to say a word about partnerships. Unlike many ministries, we do not operate from a single building. We operate across an archipelago, 161 schools, 24 islands, almost 6,000 employees, more than 40,000 students. And no nation has ever educated too many people, become too skilled, or regretted investing in its children. Precisely because we know the state cannot ever provide enough budget, we are being innovative ourselves. And we propose to create a foundation for partnership engagement. And I'm pleased to announce today that the Cabinet has approved the Bahamas Education, Science, Technology Best Foundation so that alums and private donors and local and foreign investors can donate to education in an orderly and transparent way. We will seek to ensure that it is tax compliant in as many jurisdictions as possible to make contributions more seamless and more attractive. And I am also pleased to announce that we will launch an Adopt a School program for active participation of the business and investment community, as well as churches and social groups. Over the years, I've met a lot of people in business and investment, investors. I'm coming calling. I'm coming calling. on behalf of the children of our country. And we will honor our partners, our stakeholders appropriately. We begin a steady renaming of our schools in honor of the partners who contributed to education across the country. And I am pleased to announce today that in the coming months, the primary school in Rocas Point, Exuma will be renamed the P.E. Ferguson Primary School after a prolific educator and an extraordinary Exumian, Mr. Pembroke E. Ferguson. Coincidentally, he is the father of Bishop Franklin Ferguson of the Church of God of Prophecy, my Sunday school teacher. So I do this with great pride. And I have committed to my predecessor that the renaming of the Columbus Primary School will come shortly. And we're advancing a number of special committees, projects, and initiatives to engage. And I thank the various stakeholders for their contributions, their partnership, and their money. The ministry also currently maintains relationships with several different unions and employee representative bodies. The success of education depends upon the people who deliver it. And so our engagement with unions must be serious, Yamakra, respectful and productive. I have an open door policy for teachers and for unions. I believe we can reach resolution on most matters through continued dialogue, good faith, and mutual recognition of both the needs of educators, the dignity of students, and the fiscal realities of our country. And I acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that no minister succeeds alone. The work is carried daily by thousands of dedicated public servants, teachers, principals, school administrators, counselors, NACORP, janitors, bus drivers, security personnel, librarians, archivists, maintenance teams, clerical staff, technical officers, and countless others who rarely receive public recognition. So today I want to pause and I ask you please to thank them with a round of applause. And education does not exist in isolation. Since 1963, the Bahamas has maintained a long-standing and strategic partnership with the University of the West Indies as a contributing member of CARICOM. Upon completion of their studies, recipients of UWI, tuition waivers, or subventions are expected to return to the Bahamas and contribute professionally in the field for which they were trained. I share that because we have a commitment of $6 million to this initiative, because the Bahamian people must understand the scope of the responsibility. There are many challenges that have existed for decades, opportunities we must seize, reforms we must take, and outcomes we must improve. So let us have an honest conversation about the current state of education in Bahamas, and what the public for many years has often referred to as the D-average. We in education, let me be clear, Madam Speaker,
Be clear, please.
that we in education do not accept that this is an appropriate measure of our nation's progress in education.
Stop it. Freetown, you hear that?
Classifying it that way was always an inaccurate and tragic mistake.
Yes. Go ahead.
However, we do admit that it is stuck with us.
Stop it.
But we say emphatically that there is not an appropriate, statistically possible way to make that calculation. We can get average by subjects, but there is no way to accurately assess a national average this way. But it's become a part of the national vocabulary, a shorthand for public frustration. It's become a symbol of genuine concern about the performance of our education system. And I understand the frustration behind that label. I will not pretend the results do not need to improve. They do. But this minister will not perpetuate that narrative.
No.
And I reject the idea that the label belongs to our children.
Yes.
We have capable young people, many of whom are working in an outdated system.
You know this.
And we must unlock the potential of our children. We intend to stop grading only the students and start grading the system that is meant to serve them. And we will be measured on how we fix it. We'll continue to communicate on the appropriate metrics on which we should be measured. Our challenge as a nation is not producing students who pass examinations, it's producing citizens who can thrive.
Yes,
And we'll stop teaching for certificates and we'll teach for careers.
that's right.
And we'll teach for real life
Real life.
as good, decent human beings.
Yes.
Citizens can read with understanding. That's who we'll produce.
Yes, critical thinkers.
They can think critically, Angliston.
Yes.
Solve problems, use technology responsibly, communicate clearly, work collaboratively, compete globally, build businesses, support families, serve communities, and contribute meaningfully to national life. And we must be honest and clear-eyed about this, whilst not being derogatory. There are too many children who are not reading at the level they should. Too many students are struggling with mathematics. Too many young people leave schools without the skills employers need. Too many students with special needs are waiting too long for support. And too many parents are still disengaged. Too many parents are still disengaged.
Yes. You said it twice.
Even with collection of report cards up to 85%, 85%. That means 15% of parents don't collect report cards. I find that stunning, Madam Speaker. Too many report cards still go uncollected. It's not good enough. It's not acceptable, Madam Speaker. And too many of our young people still leave school without the certificates they came for. I will not pretend otherwise. I've not come here to pretend every challenge emerged yesterday either. But the Bahamas is capable. We are not without talent, ideas, or resources. What we must bring now is even more focus, more discipline, more urgency, more accountability, and more engagement and more partnership. And a willingness to measure success, not just by speeches or by photo ops, but by outcomes. That's how we will be measured, Madam Speaker. And the passage of the Education Act 2026 provides an important foundation for the work ahead. The Early Childhood Care Commission Act 2026 brings regulations, management, and operational framework for daycare centers and preschools. And Central Grand Bahama,
It's a veteran. It's a veteran.
I assure you, we will not politicize education in this place. And those acts modernizes the legal framework. I invite you to walk with me, Central. It modernizes the legal framework, strengthens accountability, and creates opportunities for reforms. It strengthens the basis for accountability. It creates opportunities for reforms. Attendance at age 4 is now mandatory. And we're actively putting in place the enabling framework to support this mandate. But legislation alone will not transform a system. It will take the buy-in and the partnership of students, parents, and communities. Now we must do the work and implement the provisions in this legislation with dispatch. I am obligated as minister to bring forward the regulations that give it operational force, and that is what we will seek to do. One of the clearest examples of this government's commitment to transformation is Bahamas Education Sector Transformation Project. Government of Bahamas secured financing from the CDB in the amount of $43.3 million for this initiative. The BEST project, as it is referred, will assist the ministry in its continued efforts to transform the education sector by improving quality, relevance, and equitable access across basic education in the Bahamas. The main outputs include the construction of the East Grand Bahama Comprehensive School. And Central, I've been advised of your commentary. I have engaged with stakeholders on this matter. It also includes institutional strengthening through the consultancy services for the development of our IT strategy and plan for the ministry, and includes capacity building through training and professional development for 2,000 principals, teachers under the CDB, CARICOM, OECS, Let's Reap initiative. We will expedite these projects. Educators from New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Long Island have already begun reaping the benefits of this capacity building program facilitated by the University of the West Indies. There's also a change in leadership practice, expectations, and the support available to those who teach our children. Madam Speaker, I've begun the process of moving around the country, and I intend to visit every island, every rock, and every key where there is a school. But one area that has distressed me early is the need for special education across the country.
This is true. Right.
If we are serious when we say every child matters, then we must prove it in how we support children with special needs. Yes, every child matters. Not some children, not most children. Every child matters. And in our public system, we estimate that more than 2,200 students with special needs are enrolled and supported by more than 110 teachers and 90 teachers' aides. We've established 67 special education units and pull-out programs across the Bahamas, including 22 in the Family Islands. We're moving the system from a reactive, wait-to-fail approach towards a more preventative, data-driven approach to intervention and support. And we do not have adequate resources for testing in the Family Islands, nor enough space to proactively provide support when testing is complete. The Beacon School in Grand Bahama alone has a waiting list of more than 50 students. And parents are calling me and WhatsApping me directly asking for access, and there simply isn't the capacity available. But what an amazing school the Beacon School is. It's clean. Opportunities for vocational education. They do crafts, they make T-shirts, they have a cafe serving healthy meals. They have a car wash teaching the children how to be entrepreneurs. They have a barber shop. They have a farm. And they have a motivated team of professionals led by Principal McKinsey, and I think we ought to applaud them for the work that they're doing. But there are needs beyond the capacity of the Beacon School, and this is why today we are establishing additional units in Bartlett Hill and at the Holmes Rock School that will be retrofitted for special needs by September 2026. We can and we must bring dignity to these students all across our islands. We will continue advancing work on a national training and diploma for teachers in special education to strengthen local capacity and build a sustainable pipeline of trained Bahamian educators. And this is why in 2027, in collaboration with UB, we intend to train 75 additional special needs teachers.
Yes.
Inclusion is a national responsibility and a reflection of our values as a country. A nation is not judged by how it treats the strong, Carmichael, but it is judged by how it protects the vulnerable.
Yes.
Now I want to speak to the parent who stayed up at night worried because their child learns a little differently. To the families fighting for a diagnosis and feeling left in the shadows, I see you. A child with autism, dyslexia, or speech delay is not a burden to the state. Our promise is simple. We will not leave a single child behind.
That's right.
Every child deserves a chance to thrive with dignity, and we must help to improve their chances to succeed in a dynamic world. Now, Madam Speaker, as I get into the second quarter, my ministry is also intentionally called the Ministry of Science and Technology. We cannot prepare Bahamian children for yesterday's economy. We must prepare them for tomorrow. And that means stronger STEM education, stronger science education. That means a stronger push in digital literacy, better mathematics outcomes, coding, robotics, artificial intelligence, marine science, renewable energy, agricultural technology, digital literacy, I say, climate resilience, hospitality technology, creative industries technology, fintech literacy, entrepreneurship, innovation, and empowerment, ownership, Madam Speaker, ownership. Technology is now a part of the basic infrastructure of opportunity. Digital literacy will feature prominently. We are embarking upon an aggressive initiative of providing a laptop or tablet to every child and every teacher in every school. This is an aggressive, ambitious initiative, but we will launch a pilot. We're only launching a pilot beginning this September. And this begins an aggressive push for digital literacy, building the enabling infrastructure, guidelines, and the teacher training to ensure that these devices are used safely and responsibly, not as toys, but tools for learning, coding, and AI. It's not enough to teach children about technology. We must also use technology to improve learning. Adaptive learning tools and AI-assisted instructions used responsibly can identify where a student is struggling and personalize support, including for Family Island students. But technology cannot replace the teacher. And we will employ international best practice, partnering against the international standards of places like Singapore. Our devices will only be as good as what runs on it. So each device will be paired with the adaptive learning tools and the teacher support that turn access into real achievement. We want to ensure that every child in Megwana or Crooked Island, Acklands or Bimini, Black Point, Exuma or 8 Mile Rock, has access to the same digital world as the child in New Providence. A modern education system cannot be built on unequal access to technology. I noted before that we are preparing our children for careers, not just certificates. And this is why we will continue Innovate 242, co-chaired with the Minister for Grand Bahama, to endeavor to continue to build an ecosystem where tech industry can thrive. Working, of course, with the Ministry for Innovation and continuing to leverage MOUs with tech hubs, as we've started to do around the world, like Hub 350 in Canada, COST in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar Science and Tech Park in Doha, Qatar, where we have already built lasting relationships. And then there is the Maritime Academy. It receives $1.69 million. The maritime sector represents one of the greatest opportunities for economic growth, workforce development, and national advancement in the Bahamas. And that is why this administration remains committed to building a world-class pipeline of Bahamian maritime professionals. Yes. A major step was the National Maritime Instruction and Training Act, 2026, which formalizes maritime education and training in the Bahamas. And today I'm pleased to announce the appointment of Dr. Brenda Clare to join the Ministry of Education, whose experience and vision will be invaluable as we continue to expand maritime education and training opportunities throughout our archipelago from Grand Bahama to Mayagwana. Madam Speaker, no discussion on National Maritime Academy would be complete without recognizing the extraordinary contribution of His Excellency Lowell J. Mortimer. Yes. through his generosity, leadership, and unwavering belief in the potential of young Bahamians. He created an institution that has opened doors to shipping, marine, and logistics. His commitment to maritime education has helped lay the foundation for what can become the third pillar of our economy. And the nation owes him a debt of gratitude, Madam Speaker. And we must also strengthen the bridge between education and employment. For too long, there has been a gap between what students learn and what the economy needs. Employers say they cannot find workers with right skills. Graduates say they cannot find good jobs. So we will work with the Department of Labor to help to bridge these gaps. The World Bank reports that 78% of unemployed Bahamians already hold at least a secondary credential. That tells us our challenge is not simply getting students through schools. It is making sure that when they learn and what they learn matches what the economy actually needs. So we must close that gap. That means stronger partnerships with industry, curriculum informed by workforce needs, and more internships, apprenticeships, technical certifications, as we've said. And we must know where our graduates go, whether they find work, whether their training matches their employment, and whether employers are satisfied.
Tracking.
And we must use that data to improve. The economy must speak to education, and education must respond to the economy. And as a part of our technology push, one of the initiatives we're examining closely is a pilot program to better track graduate outcomes and workforce readiness. For too long, we've educated students without always having a clear enough picture of what happens after they graduate. How long does it take graduates to find work? Which programs produce the strongest outcomes? Are employers satisfied, and where are the skills gaps? That is why we're examining our national graduate outcomes and labor market intelligence capabilities. The concept is to track graduates at key intervals after completion of their studies to better understand employment outcomes, career progression, earnings, and workforce participation. Madam Speaker, recently I met a group of Bahamian students studying abroad, some on scholarship, at a great partner university, Monroe University in New York. What troubled me a bit was that too many of our qualified young people, some even on scholarships paid by taxpayers, are actively planning to build their lives abroad. Even as employers here say that they cannot find enough workers. And I mentioned Monroe only because they're great partners. But this is no doubt the situation at universities all across USA and Canada. This system, therefore, will help to bridge the vexing brain drain gap. And by the way, when I got a scholarship to go abroad, I understood that I was bonded to return and work for the government for the number of years that they supported me.
Yes.
And this is why I'm asking the scholarship board to consider bringing this system of national service back in the shortest practical time frame. As a tourism-driven economy, the Hospitality and Culinary Institute is especially important in our economy given the dominance of the tourism industry. Having served as Minister of Tourism, I know what employers in that sector say. I know the demand for culinary and hospitality talent, customer service excellence, digital marketing, aviation support, logistics, events management, entrepreneurial capacity. So I'll be meeting soon with the BHTA, the promotion boards, the cruise lines, NASA Cruise Port, partnering along with my colleague, Minister of Education, on this initiative. The proposed pilot already in existence with the culinary and hospitality programs at the University of Bahamas will continue. That's a sensible place to start. But it must not end there. And we all remember the days of the hotel training school, the glory days, I would say.
Yes.
And we want to bring the School of Hospitality back to those
Yes.
glory days
Back.
and take it further with the development of a PPP to develop at some point in the future a training hotel in the Bahamas. This is ambitious, but we are the leaders in the region, and we must continue to assert ourselves as the regional leaders that we are in the hospitality space. And then there's CAPAS, an exciting initiative.
Yes.
The past fiscal year was a landmark year for arts education in Bahamas. After literally decades of unrealized dreams and ambitions, in September 2025, the last PLP administration, our PLP administration, led by Prime Minister Davis, launched CAPAS, the Creative and Performing Arts School of the Bahamas. 48 students and 14 members of staff began a one-year foundation program of training in the performing arts, including acting for stage and screen, Marco City, dancing and singing. I know he loves CAPAS too.
Yes.
In December, the country had a first glimpse of their work in their 48-hour film challenge. But it was at their official opening, the showcase at the end of January 2026, after 9 weeks of training, that showed the world-class professional standards which CAPAS has already achieved. I'm excited about CAPAS, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes.
In March 2026, this Parliament passed unanimously and amended the Creative Performing Arts School of the Bahamas Bill. On the assent of Her Excellency, the Governor General, this legislation enshrined CAPAS as a national statutory institution to exist in perpetuity, to act as a training hub for our new creative economy, Seabreeze.
Yes. Yes.
And even in the glow of these major accomplishments over the course of just 10 months, as they prepare for the graduation of the first cohort in the foundational year at the end of this month, significant plans are in place for the next fiscal year. And it is intended that refurbishment of the main building on the CAPAS site, the former Phil's supermarket on Gladstone Road, will be completed within the next 6 to 8 months. And provision is made in the capital budget for the refurbishment. In Barnabas, I don't know if it's enough. But CAPAS will expand its offering into the creative and production arts by launching filmmaking courses in writing and directing, along with training in hair and makeup, lighting, stage construction, and costumes, and other skills too. And even though CAPAS is still in its infancy, still at startup stage, they have already been approached by international institutions to explore potential partnerships. This is a testimony to the reputation they've already established, and I am advised that they will also be starting community courses for members of the public. So South and Centrally, Lutra, if you want to improve your TikTok game, I'm advised that they got community
Dance.
courses
I'm doing some dance.
for you as well. They might even be able to teach you to dance. Those in this chamber who wish to improve performance skills may wish to enroll. Madam Speaker, before I close, I want to renew my call for partnership. I wish to challenge the thousands of graduates and alum of public schools, the University of the Bahamas, and BTVI to deepen their engagement with the institutions that help shape their lives and careers. Whether through mentorship, scholarship, internship, equipment donations, industry partnerships, endowments, or financial contributions, alumni have a critical role to play in ensuring that these institutions continue to grow and excel. The strongest universities and technical institutions in the world are supported not only by the government, but by generations of graduates who recognize that their success is tied to the success of the institutions that prepared them. And if we are serious about building world-class institutions, then we must foster a national culture in which those who have benefited from higher education and technical training see themselves as partners in its continued advancement. So I therefore call on everyone in our country. We cannot just sit on the sidelines as armchair pundits. I call on you, all of you who criticize the public school system,
Yes.
that the time is now for less talk and more business. The future of education is not solely the responsibility of the government. It is a shared national responsibility. And I said at the beginning that I am a businessman and education is an investment. And if we are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in education, we must also measure the return on that investment. That's only fair. Not only in dollars, but in employment and entrepreneurship and national development and the empowerment and prosperity of the students it produces. And the goal is to build a national framework that helps us answer the question, are we preparing Bahamians for the opportunities that actually exist? And we will publish our key performance indicators, our graduate outcome data, as it becomes available, and a clear timeline for the reforms this ministry undertakes. Because progress that is measured and made public is the only kind the Bahamian people can hold us to. Madam Speaker, I also wish to speak to my ministry's role in Exuma and the Family Islands. I am Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education for the entire Bahamas, but I am also the Member of Parliament for Exuma and Ragged Island. I commit to never forget the people who sent me here. If we want strong family islands, we need strong family island schools. And that includes attention to progress that's been promised for decades across the family islands. Just like the decades-old promise for a primary school in Georgetown, Exuma. Just like the decades-old promise to Ellen Coakley High School, my alma mater. I promise you, Exuma, in my daily work, I will not forget you. And we will address high school needs in San Salvador as well.
And in Agua.
And in Agua.
You know that.
Michael, we won't forget you, Michael. Other family island investments will be prioritized as we also meet the needs of a new school in Southern New Providence.
Yes.
This is an aggressive agenda,
That's really needed.
and we will be innovative in engaging public-private partnerships. Madam Speaker, every child on every island deserves access to quality education. So as I close, I return to where I began. The first term was defined by recovery of jobs, of tourism, confidence, and credibility. This term must be defined by something even greater, the development of our people. The child entering grade 1 today will inherit the Bahamas of 2040. What kind of Bahamas are we preparing that child for? Are we preparing that child for dependency and patronage? Or are we preparing that child for dignity, productivity, and ownership? I say ownership, Madam Speaker. I believe that the answers begin in our classrooms. Because every road we build, every airport we expand, every investment we attract, every economy we grow, every extra million tourists we bring, ultimately depends on one thing: the quality of the people we produce. Balanced education, citizens with skills and integrity is what we will produce. In my last term, I had the privilege of selling the beauty of the Bahamas to the world. In the second term, I have the privilege of helping to realize the brilliance of the Bahamian people. Every road we pave and every resort we open is not complete until the Bahamian people can truly own it. Ownership, Madam Speaker. Tourism pays the bills for today, but education is the currency for tomorrow. And the era of Bahamian ownership begins in the classroom. And we're not only teaching students, we are building the architects of the new Bahamian economy. So today I say to teachers, we see you. To parents, I say again, we need you. Yes. To students, we believe in you. Yes. To the unions, we will work with you. Yes. To the private sector, I say partner with us. To the Bahamian people, hold us accountable. Yes. And walk with us. And to every child in the Bahamas, this government's work is about you. We're building on progress. Yes. We're investing in people. Yes. We're strengthening education and preparing the next generation. I repeat, as I said before, I believe today, with every fiber of my being, that education is the greatest public good any nation can provide. Yes. There is no greater investment, no greater equalizer, no greater instrument of national development. And this is why, with God's help, disciplined leadership, and the collective will of the Bahamian people, we will build an education system worthy of the promise of every Bahamian child. Yes. And we will continue to put our shoulders to the wheel. Yes. In Grand Bahama and Bimini, yes. In Exuma and Andros, in Berry Island and New Providence. Yes. And we will continue to build on progress. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Killarney.
Madam Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I stood before the people of Killarney asking for their confidence, asking them to send me to this loud but honorable house. Today, I stand in this honorable house carrying that confidence, that responsibility, and the privilege of serving as their member of Parliament. Thank you, Killarney. Before I get into my prepared remarks, I wish to extend condolences to the family and friends of Valerie Barnett, Therese Clark, Grace Duncombe, Nelson Johnson, and young Mr. Kendall Isaacs. They were valuable residents of our Killarney community. And to Carleen Etienne. Mr. Etienne served as the chairman of St. Barnabas F&M Constituency Association. He was an active freedom fighter, and his presence will be missed at 144 Mackey Street. May their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, the journey to become the first female member of Parliament of that great constituency in the West, whether you call it Killarney or Delaport, is not one that I walked alone. I stand here on the shoulders of my campaign team, many of whom saw this for me before I even saw it for myself. Through long days, short nights, setbacks, victories, and moments of doubt, they remained steadfast in their belief that together we could write a new chapter for Killarney, even when many thought that this little young girl couldn't do it. I thank them for everything that they have done. Every road, every driveway, every event, every meeting, every hug, and every prayer. I also stand here with the love and support of my family. Big Mike, Lady Barnett, my good sister, my fearless brother-in-law, and my one favorite daughter, Camellia, who is convinced that I can do anything. The eyes of my niece and nephew are on me. The love of my cousins here at home and around the world sustain me. They are my chief bodyguards. The prayers of my grandparents surround me, and the people of Killarney are counting on me. Madam Speaker, as I reflect on the privilege and responsibility of serving in this honorable House, I am reminded of one of my favorite passages of Scripture found in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6. There we are cautioned against performing good works simply to be seen by others. Instead, we are reminded that true service is not about recognition, applause, or public praise. It is about quietly and faithfully doing the work that is required of us. And that lesson is particularly important in public life. The people who sent us here are not interested in performances. They want results. They want representatives who will listen, who will work, and who will remain focused on improving their lives long after the cameras have been turned off and headlines have faded. As I begin my service as the Member of Parliament for Killarney, I hope to be guided by that principle, to do the work, to remain grounded, and to remember that public office is not about being seen, it is about serving. But before I turn to the substance of my contribution, I wish to acknowledge and thank Dr. Hubert Minnis for his service and representation of the people of Killarney from 2007 to 2026. For 19 years, Dr. Minnis has served as the Member of Parliament for this constituency, advocating on behalf of his residents and helping to shape the community that we know today. Public service requires sacrifice, commitment, and a willingness to answer the call of those you represent. For that service, he deserves our thanks and recognition. And one can't recognize the work that Dr. Minnis has done without also recognizing the work that his wife, Patricia Minnis, has done and continues to do. She has visited countless homes, schools, attended funerals, graduations. I think she's even godmother to children, weddings. She formed relationships with the families of Killarney. And I am building on their work as we enter this next chapter for Killarney. We have benefited from years of steady and dedicated representation. And it is that strong foundation that has allowed so many of us to build our lives, raise our families, and pursue our ambitions and contribute to our communities. It is certainly the foundation upon which I have been able to grow as a professional, raise my daughter, and serve my community, and begin to leave my own mark. Madam Speaker, Killarney is a constituency filled with the hopes and dreams of Bahamians from every walk of life. Those who have achieved great success and those who are still striving to fulfill their aspirations. It has been my home for almost 40 years. I know, I don't even look that old. I have watched her grow. I have watched her shine. And unfortunately, I've watched parts of her deteriorate. Killarney is often misunderstood. Too many people assume that because parts of our constituency are prosperous, Killarney does not require the support and attention of government. But when you drive through our communities, the reality becomes clear. You see parks that have fallen into a sad state of disrepair. But God willing, the member of Nassau Village will help us to fix that.
Yes, sir.
You see communities that continue to suffer from chronic flooding. You see residents who are concerned about traffic congestion, coastal erosion, public safety, and the quality of life they call home. I've reached out to the Member of Parliament for Central and South Eleuthera about these issues. He's acknowledged receipt of my correspondence, and I'm optimistic that we will be able to work on these matters. Bipartisan work builds communities, and it's the progressive thing to do. Madam Speaker, you see a constituency that has been left quite literally in the dark. Madam Speaker, darkness is not just an inconvenience. Y'all good? Darkness is not just an inconvenience. It is a safety issue. It is a security issue. It is a quality of life issue. It is a failure of basic public service when families cannot depend on the lights coming on their streets and in their homes. Too many street lights out in the historic community of Westwood Villas are out. In Westridge, the lights are so far apart. I know, I've been walking those streets at night. That is not acceptable, not in a modern Bahamas, not in communities where people pay their taxes, raise their children, care for their elderly, and expect the bare minimum of safety from the systems that are meant to serve them. And in the western part of Killarney, Tropical Gardens, Gambia, West Winds, West Bay Street, Charlottesville, Love Beach, Old Fort, Lyford Key, residents are not experiencing the occasional outage. They are enduring outages with alarming frequency almost daily and nightly. It was off for over 5 hours last night. This is not normal. This is not minor. And this is not something that can be brushed aside with another excuse. They are frustrated, and they have every right to be frustrated. They are tired of explanations that don't explain. They are tired of promises that do not produce relief. They are tired of being asked to be patient while their appliances suffer, their children study in heat, their businesses lose time, and their homes sit in darkness. These are not partisan complaints. Let me be very clear about that. In fact, Madam Speaker, today the government issued a statement acknowledging the frustration experienced by residents and businesses and explaining that many of these outages are connected to ongoing transmission and distribution upgrades. If that explanation is correct, then it raises equally important questions. Why have the residents had to rely on rumors, speculation, social media posts, neighborhood WhatsApp groups to understand what's going on? And if these outages are the consequence of transmission and distribution works, where is the communication strategy? Why isn't Bahamas Grid communicating with the people? Where are the regular public briefings? Where are the timelines? Where was the information residents needed to plan their lives and operate their businesses? The government now tells us that these projects are approximately 95% complete and nearing commissioning. I genuinely hope so, because the people of the Western New Providence have carried a heavy burden. But hope is not a plan. Residents deserve to know when these works will be completed. Residents deserve to know when reliability will improve. Residents deserve to know what contingencies are in place should these timelines slip. And residents deserve to know why communities were expected to endure months of disruption without the level of transparency that should accompany a project of this magnitude. Madam Speaker, accountability is not simply explaining a problem after public frustration reaches a boiling point. Accountability is keeping people informed while the problem is occurring. The people of Killarney are reasonable people. They understand that infrastructure upgrade takes time. What they do not understand is why they've had to fight for information every step of the way. That's why I've invited representatives from BPL and Bahamas Grid to participate in a town hall meeting, because residents don't oppose improvement, but residents deserve answers. And while these upgrades are underway, we must also begin serious discussions about decentralized energy generation and hybrid microgrids. Western New Providence continues to grow, and our energy infrastructure must become more resilient, more flexible, and less dependent on a single point of failure. Because if the events of the past several months have taught us anything, is that resilience is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. Madam Speaker, this budget asks Bahamians to have confidence in our institutions. It asks taxpayers to trust that public funds are being properly managed. Every day, Bahamians are expected to provide information about themselves. They must disclose beneficial ownership. They must satisfy due diligence requirements. They must answer questions about the source of funds and the nature of their business relationships. These requirements exist because transparency matters, accountability matters, public confidence matters. Our anti-money laundering legislation requires it. And those same principles should not stop at the doors of Parliament. If ordinary Bahamians are expected to answer legitimate questions, then public officials must be prepared to do the same. Transparency cannot be demanded of the public while being resisted by those who exercise public power. Madam Speaker, the matter involving St. Barnabas does not simply touch the government caucus, nor is it an issue that can be dismissed as party politics. It touches every attorney, banker, accountant, trust professional, corporate service provider, realtor, financial services practitioner in this country who is required to comply with our anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism regime. Every day, professionals across the Bahamas are required to know their clients, to identify beneficial owners, to understand relationship and make inquiries into source of funds and source of wealth, maintain records, and ask difficult questions where appropriate. The standards imposed on us are rigorous, and rightly so. That is why this matter resonates beyond the walls of this Parliament. Thousands of Bahamians are held to a standard that requires them to exercise diligence, judgment, and scrutiny in their professional lives. They understand that saying, "I didn't ask" or "I didn't know" is not always a sufficient answer where circumstances require further inquiry. This is not about guilt by association, and it's not about drawing conclusions unsupported by evidence. It is about recognizing that transparency, due diligence, and accountability are principles that must permeate modern Bahamian society. Bahamians are entitled to ask questions: whether all disclosed documents have been made, who politician one is, and whether the standards imposed on ordinary Bahamians must also apply to those who hold public office. Trust is earned through openness. Confidence is built through accountability, and accountability begins with answers. Madam Speaker, being the woman of action that I am, I hosted a town hall meeting to discuss the compendium of budget bills and to hear from residents. The government says that this budget builds on progress, but Madam Speaker, progress that people cannot feel is not enough. At our town hall meeting, residents raised a simple question that cuts through the speeches, the tables, and the press releases. If the country is doing so well, Why can't the people feel it? They're asking because groceries cost more, utility bills remain heavy, home ownership still feels further away, businesses are tangled in red tape, and public services too often fall short of the taxes and fees being demanded. This budget appears increasingly focused on one thing: extracting more from the people. We see enhanced VAT audits, customs enforcement, property tax enforcement, expanded reporting requirements, and broader administrative powers. But let us be clear, economic growth and revenue growth are not the same thing. A government can grow revenue by expanding the economy, creating opportunities, attracting investment, and helping Bahamians earn more. Or it can grow revenue by simply collecting more. This government wants credit for stronger collections. But higher collections don't automatically mean better lives. When families are struggling, businesses are buried in paperwork, and services are not improving, the public does not experience that as progress. If families can't afford groceries, if businesses are still fighting broken government systems, if healthcare remains under pressure, then this government must explain where the benefits of this recovery are going. Because they're not reaching enough kitchens, enough small businesses, enough clinics, enough classrooms, or enough communities. And that is where the numbers become vulnerable. Because Bahamians are not measuring success by what enters the Treasury. They are measuring success by what remains in their pockets, what's on their tables, what services they can access, and whether their children are inheriting opportunity or struggle. And too many families are telling us plainly that they cannot feel the benefit of this so-called recovery. Madam Speaker, if recovery never reaches the people, then it's not recovery that they can believe in. Madam Speaker, the Department of Inland Revenue continues to express serious operational challenges. Serious operational challenges. And those challenges are not abstract. They're hurting businesses and they're frustrating real taxpayers. Businesses effectively describe the portal as being broken. Yet interest continues to accrue when taxpayers cannot access the very system that they are required to use to make payments. And that's not fair, that's not efficient, and that is not acceptable. At the very moment government is increasing compliance obligations, many taxpayers are struggling to access the very system they are compelled to use. Government cannot demand precision from citizens while delivering dysfunction from its own platforms. Business owners continue to express frustration regarding KYC obligations. No one disputes the need for proper due diligence, but many business owners feel like they spend more time chasing copies of passports, utility bills, and supporting documents than conducting the actual business. Similarly, when business owners heard that there would be amendments to the Business License Act, many anticipated reforms that would reduce bureaucracy, simplify doing business, make it easier. Instead, too many entrepreneurs remain buried under administrative burdens, waiting on systems that do not work, processes that are too slow, and rules that are often unclear. But government has become increasingly efficient at collecting revenue. The question is whether it can become equally efficient at delivering services, reducing burdens, fixing systems, and making life easier for the people whose money it's collecting. Madam Speaker, healthcare remains one of the greatest concerns of Bahamian families. Again and again, we heard a simple question: when will Princess Margaret Hospital see meaningful upgrades that patients, nurses, doctors, and families can actually feel? We've heard the announcements from the member for Tall Pines and the member for St. James, and we've heard those promises for years. But the people using the system are not looking for another announcement. They're looking for results they can see, services they can trust, and a hospital system that does not leave families feeling abandoned at the very moment that they are most vulnerable. The nurse working double shifts wants results. The senior citizen waiting for treatment wants results. The parent sitting in accident and emergency with a sick child wants results. The family of that patient sent to personally purchase surgical supplies because they were out of stock before their loved one can receive necessary surgery, they want results. Healthcare is not measured by allocations, announcements, or ribbon cuttings. Healthcare is measured by whether people receive timely care, whether supplies are available, whether nurses are supported, whether patients are treated with dignity, and whether families can trust the system in their hour of need. Madam Speaker, two of the most important women of my life were educators. My mother moved to the Bahamas to teach at the newly created College of the Bahamas and gave more than 40 years of service. My grandmother taught in schools. My grandmother taught in schools across this country and retired as senior mistress of Essie McPherson. She was a proud McPherson person. And Madam Speaker, I am reliably informed that at least two members of this honorable House benefited from her guidance. Beryl Winona Barnett. So when I speak about education, I do not speak about it as an abstract policy area. I speak about the work that shaped my family, strengthened communities, and opened doors for generations of Bahamians. I recently attended the University of Bahamas graduation ceremony. And I want to pause there to extend congratulations to all of this year's graduates, the School of 2026, at UB and at all of our educational institutions, especially the Gambia Primary School, home of the egrets. But as a mother, I want to give even bigger congratulations to their parents and their guardians, because we walked those journeys with them. And I've already told Cam, when that day comes, we are walking across the stage together, because I earned it too. Just kidding, just my cowbell. But seriously, I watched talented young Bahamians cross the stage ready to serve our country. The School of Education received one of the loudest applauses of the day. Those graduates so full of promise, newly commissioned and ready to serve. But the question is simple: where are they being assigned, and how quickly are we getting them into classrooms where children need them the most? We continue to hear reports of islands such as Mayaguana struggling to secure physical teachers in classrooms. Madam Speaker, a child in Mayaguana is no less deserving than a child in New Providence. I agree with the member for Exuma and Ragged Island. Geography must never determine the quality of a Bahamian child's education. And if we are training educators, then where is the workforce strategy? Where is the deployment plan? Where is the urgency to ensure that every Bahamian classroom has the teacher that it needs? Education cannot be treated as a line item. It is a foundation on which opportunity is built. If we fail to place trained teachers where they are needed, then we are not merely mismanaging personnel. We are denying children the future they deserve. Another issue raised repeatedly was mental health. Our community lost young Kendall Isaacs, a talented and by all accounts, incredibly bright young man. Madam Speaker, we must stop treating mental health as a secondary, optional, or separate from the daily pressures facing our families. Parents are concerned, teachers are concerned, families are concerned, and too many young people are carrying burdens that adults don't always see until a crisis is already at the door. The reality is, we cannot continue treating mental health as an afterthought. Mental health is health care. It is education policy, it is crime prevention, it is family support, and it must be treated with the seriousness, funding, and urgency that it deserves. And that's why I supported the Free National Movement's manifesto promise to place qualified mental health professionals in our community clinics so that they can be easily accessible by the public, so challenges can be identified early and families can receive support before a crisis develops. If we can identify a mental health challenge early, then we can change the trajectory of a child's life. If we ignore it, then we should not be surprised when the consequences appear in our homes, our schools, our streets, and our justice system. Madam Speaker, as the member of Killarney, I must also address the consequences of growth without planning. Development is not simply approving projects. Development requires planning for the consequences of those projects. Residents continue to raise concerns about insufficient sidewalks, inadequate lighting, limited parking, traffic congestion, drainage, flooding, and the safety of pedestrians along West Bay Street. Travel West Bay Street at night. You will see visitors and residents walking along the edge of the road in darkness. Proper sidewalks, insufficient lighting, and vehicles passing very close by. Madam Speaker, it is not safe. When restaurant patrons must park across the street and cross West Bay Street at night without adequate lights, sidewalks, or pedestrian crossings, we're not merely creating inconvenience, we're creating risk. And in one of the major tourism corridors of this country, that should alarm every one of us. Western New Providence is one of the major tourism hubs of this country. We should not invite visitors to enjoy our beauty while asking residents and guests to navigate darkness, flooding, congestion, and unsafe pedestrian conditions. At our town hall, one resident remarked there seemed to be more frogs in the Western New Providence than ever before. I have to say I laughed at the time. And then after the meeting, I walked to my car, and there, sitting there waiting for me, was a frog, just waiting on my car like it had attended the meeting too. It was a light moment, but beneath the humor was a serious point. Residents are paying attention to changes in their environment. They're paying attention to wetlands being filled without consequence. Too many residents are painfully aware that inadequate drainage, heavy drains, and king tides means flooded roads and flooded yards in Seaview Drive, Devonshire, Sea Beach Boulevard, and Kiskadee Drive. Residents should not wake up to water inside their homes because a nearby wetland was filled without proper oversight. Environmental protection must be more than a fee, more than a form, and more than a slogan repeated on an international stage. It must protect real communities from real harm. Madam Speaker, I listened attentively to the Minister for the Environment, the member for Yamacraw's lengthy presentation. He had a lot to say, including the accusation that the opposition does not know its job. I found it particularly interesting because whilst he was saying that, he wasn't doing his job. He spoke for over an hour, and the Bahamian people did not receive a clear explanation as to why the environmental impact assessment regulations were being amended to make public consultation optional when environmental decisions are being made. The government must explain what it's doing and why it's doing it. And that, Madam Speaker, is the job, to explain to the people what is being changed, why it is being changed, and how their voices will still be protected. But since they didn't deal with it plainly in this House, I will raise it. The Environmental Impact Assessment Amendment Regulations 2026. Don't be scared of them. Don't be scared of them. Don't be scared of them. They can't beat you. Don't be scared of them. The amendment, Madam Speaker, seeks to change the duty to consult from being an obligation to a matter left to the director's discretion. It says, or it amends it to say, the director shall determine whether a public consultation process is required. The previous rule, Madam Speaker, said the project proponent shall conduct a consultative process. This is important because now we're saying that the public does not always need to be consulted about the environmental impact of a project in their own constituency, in their own community. Madam Speaker, the government has traveled the world at the public's expense, speaking about the environmental impacts and the vulnerability on small island states like ours. I think the member from Mount Moriah said yesterday that climate change impacts our existence right now. And, Madam Speaker, it's not as if we don't understand the importance of consultation. The need for consultation, the benefit of it, has been addressed by our courts, and those rulings have led to the creation of important legislation, including the Environmental Planning and Protection Act. The court said that consultation is a vital ingredient of transparency in good governance, and it is right that public authorities inform those who may be affected by their decisions. So if that is the gold standard, why would this vital ingredient of transparency not be a mandatory part of the application for environmental clearance? Tell us what you are going to do in our neighborhood. But, Madam Speaker, this is not an isolated amendment. It reflects a broader pattern. Time and time again, this administration asks the Bahamians for transparency, disclosure, and accountability while resisting those same principles when they are directed at the government itself. Ordinary Bahamians are expected to disclose more information than ever before. Businesses are expected to satisfy increasingly rigorous compliance obligations. Professionals are expected to conduct due diligence, verify beneficial ownership, and ask difficult questions. Yet when it comes to decisions affecting entire communities, the government wants the ability to consult less. Transparency for the public, discretion for the government. Public consultation is not a courtesy. It's not a box to be checked when convenient. It is a vital safeguard for communities, for the environment, and for public trust. If this government can travel the world speaking about environmental vulnerability, then surely it can speak to Bahamians at home before decisions are made that affect the land, water, and the communities in which they live. It is my view that this administration is continuing to demonstrate that they have very little interest in being accountable or transparent. And that's why, for example, the Ombudsman Act, passed over 2 years ago, remains not in force. Madam Speaker, more than one member in this place has stood and reminded us that the campaign is over and that now it's time for work. I agree. But the work of Parliament requires accountability. Debate is not disorder. Scrutiny is not obstruction. And disagreement is not disrespect. It is Parliament doing its job. And if we mean it when we say the campaign is over, then let us prove it by allowing this House to do the work, to question, to challenge, to examine, to hold power accountable on behalf of all Bahamians. As Article 52 of the Constitution states, we are here to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Bahamas. Not PLP Bahamians, not F&M Bahamians, all Bahamians. And yes, there will be disagreements, and yes, there will be robust debate. I'm a litigator. I enjoy a good argument. But arguments cannot be stifled before a sentence is finished or a thought is fully expressed. Because if this House cannot tolerate scrutiny, then it cannot honestly claim to be doing the people's work. The Public Accounts Committee is charged with examining the accounts showing the appropriation of sums granted by Parliament, together with such accounts and matters that may be referred to it, in order to ensure that public funds have been spent lawfully, efficiently, and for the purposes approved by Parliament. So the suggestion that the committee cannot consider matters simply because they began under a previous administration is difficult to reconcile with the basic principles of parliamentary oversight. Parliamentary oversight is the function of the institution, not of the government of the day. Committees exist to hold the executive accountable on behalf of the people, and their work should not simply disappear because an election has been held or a government has changed. Members may change, but the evidence collected does not. I understand the political motivation. There are those that would prefer that certain questions remain unanswered and certain facts never see the light of day. But accountability cannot be selective. Transparency cannot be convenient. If we are to ask citizens to have confidence in our institutions, then those institutions must be willing to follow the facts wherever they lead. This is precisely the kind of approach that fuels voter apathy. Too many Bahamians have become convinced that it makes little difference who occupies the government benches when meaningful accountability never follows. They grow frustrated. They lose faith in public institutions that will act in public interests. We must demonstrate that Parliament is different. We must show that Parliament is not afraid of accountability, that Parliament doesn't fear transparency, and that we are prepared to subject ourselves to the same scrutiny that we expect of others. If public funds have been spent properly, if decisions have been made appropriately, and if the right thing has been done, then there should be nothing to hide and no investigation to fear. Because the Public Accounts Committee does not belong to any administration. It belongs to Parliament, and Parliament belongs to the people. Its duty is not to protect governments from embarrassment, but to protect the public interest from misuse, waste, and abuse. And if we weaken that duty whenever it becomes politically inconvenient, then we weaken the very foundation of responsible government. Madam Speaker, as I close, the Killarney residents who attended our town hall meeting did not speak about fiscal ratios. They didn't speak about accounting classifications. They didn't speak about headline surpluses. They spoke about whether they could afford groceries. They spoke about healthcare, flooding, and power outages, housing, their children, and whether life is getting better. And that is the true test of any budget. Not whether a government says it's working, not whether the numbers look better on paper, but whether the lives of ordinary Bahamians are actually improving. And as we look across the issues raised in this debate, a troubling pattern emerges. Whether it's the decision to make environmental consultation optional, or the continued failure to bring the Ombudsman Act into force, attempts to limit the work of the Public Accounts Committee, or the unanswered questions regarding Politician 1, the pattern remains the same. Transparency for the public, discretion for the government, less scrutiny, less transparency, less accountability. And that's not the direction our country needs. Killarney has given so much to me. It is where I grew up. It is where I built my life. It is where I'm raising my daughter. And it is where I have chosen to make my future. The people of Killarney did not send me here to seek attention. They sent me here to serve, to work on their behalf. I know it is a beautiful sentiment. They sent me here to serve, to work on their behalf, to advocate for them, to listen to them, and to fight for them when necessary, and to help build a stronger Bahamas for the next generation. This is the next chapter for Killarney, and Madam Speaker, I'm honored to help write it. May God bless the people of Killarney, and may God continue to bless our land of perpetual sunshine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamaco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Killarney for, I think it was an excellent inaugural speech by the member. The member would have put on record that public consultation was removed or made optional by this administration. And this is inherently incorrect. The environmental impact assessment triggers public consultation. And the option is now given where a full environment impact assessment is not required, that the director have a discretion of triggering a public consultation in any event. Areas that would have been, for example, dredged or worked on before and would need to be re-dredged or have works carried out. The director, they would not need a full environmental impact because it would have been done with the original project. However, the director now has, this gives the option of adding additional public consultation that can be triggered by the director rather than having to have a full environmental impact assessment. And so in essence, we have added more public consultation under the discretion of the director rather than removing it because it has always been triggered by an environmental impact assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the member for Yamacraw's analysis, and I invite him to look at the regulations because the section that is being removed and amended is the section that calls for that automatic public consultation. And what it has been replaced with is a section that states that it happens that the director can decide whether or not a public consultation process is necessary. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I wanted to, first of all, take the opportunity to congratulate and thank the member for Kalani, the Minister of Finance, for the work he has undertaken, the member for St. Barnabas. What did I say? It used to be Cat Island. It's now St. Barnabas. And, you know, I just want to say that, you know, I have worked with him shoulder to shoulder for more than 20 years. In fact, he and I were nominated for the first time at the same time in 2002. And I've watched his service and his commitment. And I can assert to this nation, he is focused, he is hardworking, he is a patriot.
That's right.
And he will never do anything to embarrass or harm the reputation of this country or our
Right. Big truth to power.
Yes.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the strong, resilient, and beautiful people of Engliston.
Faithful people.
And Madam Speaker, a few of them are in the gallery, and I would ask them to stand so we could see how you look.
Yeah. Oh, look at you.
Look at that. Look at that. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the people of Engliston hail from the Grove,
Yes.
from Ridgeland Park West, from the traditional areas of Engliston, from Montel Heights, and from Ridgeland Park East. They are the salt of the earth, hardworking and plain speaking. It is in Engliston that you will find real people doing real things, where a rich sense of community thrives, where children still walk with their parents in the mornings to neighboring schools. On weekends, they lime and commune with their neighbors. And those who once lived there return to come back to themselves. It is a place where the women take pride in their appearance and the men still raise their children, where a little goes a long way.
Yes.
The community produces police officers, teachers, public officers, persons in the hospitality industry, healthcare workers, service workers, and entrepreneurs, many of whom interface daily with the public in every sphere of life and contribute to our national development. It is a community that produces top students like Demazian Stewart. Stand for us, Demazian.
There you go.
Demazian is pursuing a bachelor's degree in actuarial science at Drake University. And for those who don't know what actuarial science is, like I have it right here. He's smart. He's smart. But let me just break it down a little.
Yes, go ahead.
It is the discipline that applies mathematical and statistical methods to the systematic observation of natural events to assess the risk of events occurring and help formulate policies that minimize this risk and its financial impact on companies and clients. Wow. You get the point. But Madam Speaker, there are many others, such as Dr. Kayla Brown, who is serving as the first foreign neurosurgical resident at one of China's top brain surgery institutes, product of Angliston. Petron Brown, a master of fine arts, who's a working writer and actor in New York. And Petron said it best, Madam Speaker, and I quote, "Angliston to me means resilience. It's a group of people who have risen up against the status quo and the narratives that have been stacked against them." That's for these young people who are listening, what they are receiving, but it's inspiring them. Angliston is a space of rhythm and color and vibrancy, where dialogue is frank and where dreams refuse to die. In their politics, the people are defined and clear, and each time they send a clear and powerful message. In this last election, both candidates from the two opposition parties, including the official opposition,
That's right, let them know.
failed to secure their deposits.
Oh my God.
Many may not know.
Yes, tell them.
It's also a space where crime. It is what it is. Many may not know. It is also a space where crime statistics are consistently low, far lower than prevailing narratives suggest. People know who I'm talking to right now. Angliston is by and large a peaceful community.
That's right. Good community.
We, myself and them, have been in concert and cooperation for a sixth political term now. The people of Angliston know that I respect them.
They love you.
Indeed, they know that I love them.
Yes. Well.
And they know I will never compromise, never sell them short, never sell them out. They know they have a member of parliament who will not duck or dodge.
No.
An MP who will stand with them and for them in hard times.
That's right.
And in the good times, in their sorrow and in their joy, in any forum at any time, no matter what.
I see a 7 straight.
For those out there and those who can hear me know who I'm talking to, who, because of the impossibility of their shallow pursuits, cannot bear to witness this authentic and enduring connection. I urge them to transform that unfortunate stance into a higher purpose for the Bahamian people. I had occasion just the other night to lament with members of the community about the personalized attacks against them in the election campaign, perpetrated clandestinely by opposing forces. I urge them never to forget what is really thought about their community. And I thank them for remaining proud and strong. I thank them for consistently sending the message that they are clear on who they are and what they want. Even in 2017, when all seemed lost, and they still held up the banner for the progressive. Engliston, you are to be admired and respected. You have stood up and stood out. And the small amongst us are baffled and befuddled. In Engliston, we are blazing trails to the formation of the first ever community cooperative, the Engliston Grocers Cooperative Society Limited. I thank the member for Centerville, with responsibility for cooperatives, for the technical support given to its formation by 10 founding members of the community. The International Cooperative Alliance defines a cooperative as, and I quote, an autonomous association of persons united voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations through a jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprise. The intended activities of the Engliston Cooperative will range from creating access to healthy, fresh foods at cost to members so as to promote good health for families, to the joint acquisition of land, business formation, and investment for the benefit of all members within the community. I believe, Madam Speaker, this will be a radically empowering economic tool for the people of the community. And we expect the cooperative will play a role in the new community center now under construction on Miami Street North, scheduled for completion in December of this year. This new center will be available to the entire community, inclusive and accessible to disabled persons. It will house 2 meeting and event spaces, a studio for martial arts and dance, a computer lab, an arts and science space, a sound and recording studio, a bistro or cafe, and an industrial kitchen. This will be the second community center established in Engliston. Second. Okay, all that talk, the second. The first being the Montel Heights Community Center, which this member partnered in its establishment several years ago, along with the community and other donors. It is of note that during the traumatic shutdowns of the pandemic years, when the economy was at a virtually standstill, we were able to quietly partner with the Community Association to prepare and provide hundreds of plates of food daily to the wider community every week for more than a year. No pictures or anything. No one knew. You love me? Let's talk a little later. We have consistently held an aggressive stance on environmental health. A lot of talk about that too from some people throughout the community. And the work was boosted by the Clear Hole Build initiative. Numerous vacant lots were cleared and derelict vehicles removed. We have commissioned weekly bulk removal efforts in collaboration with residents up to this past Sunday. And we will work closely with the member for Yamacraw as we seek to address unregulated roadside garages and ensure prompt refuse collection. I thank the member for Carmichael, who has identified several parcels of land for the construction of housing for members of the community. We've undertaken extensive paving of both major and minor roads in the constituency, installed speed bumps, erected road safety signage, and I acknowledge and thank the member for Central and South Eleuthera for the work that has been undertaken. Just road, eh? We have redeveloped parks and community, and we will soon refurbish the bathrooms at the Engliston Park in due course. We've engaged tree cutting, verge clearance, and ongoing street lights repairs. A recent town meeting was held in the Ridgeland Park West community with the Ministry of Works on the issue of severe flooding in the Ridgeland Park West and Grove areas, which has led to damage, loss, and distress. The member for Central and South Eleuthera has confirmed that these areas have been included in the lift station drain remediation project now underway in that ministry, commencing with the Pinewood area. And I'm advised that the Ministry of Works has finalized all of the studies in the Ridgeland area for drain installation and as part of the new drainage digital infrastructure. Additionally, we've been in dialogue with the Water and Sewage Corporation on the serious water pressure issues in the Ridgeland Park West community. And I've been in dialogue with the member for Elizabeth with responsibility for the corporation that this long-standing issue will now receive urgent attention. Significant redevelopment and expansion has been undertaken at R.M. Bailey Senior High School and C.H. Reeves Junior High School and Ridgeland Primary School, all serving the children and young people of the community. And there has been marked improvement in student attainment in these schools, for which I am most proud. Did I mention I am so proud of the young people of Angliston? The Angliston Renewal Unit undertakes daily walks through the community, interacting with residents and assessing concerns for prompt response. And I wish to acknowledge the leadership of ASP Pinder and the manager, Vanita Black, who happens to be here. Stand up, young lady. Vanita Black. The unit offers after-school classes, youth programs, and initiatives for seniors, including an exercise class. I don't know if anyone sees, but he's sitting in the chair doing all of that. And monitoring of environmental concerns. We've hosted several community meetings on matters of interest to the public and the constituency. The constituency office have never closed in all these many years, and the office remains a place where members of the community can come for guidance, advice, and support. To the people of Angliston, I say, continue to stand tall as shining examples in this country. Madam Speaker, amen. Before I commence my presentation on my new portfolio as Minister of Tourism, it would not be justice if I did not express my immense gratitude to the leaders and teams of the Ministry of Education. You were tasked with bringing children and young people out of COVID isolation and with crafting and managing their re-socialization. You were asked to assess and repair learning loss and to support students suffering psycho-emotional fallout. You listened to teachers when they gave their views on the curriculum. You repositioned guidance counselors to a stronger prominence in their critical role. In record time, you reformed the high school diploma. You began constructing pools in schools, built the first ever technical polytechnic for high school students, and completed the first ever Bahamian history textbook. Yes. You strengthened relations with parents and deepened education research internally with the University of the Bahamas and internationally. You integrated the performing arts into the curriculum for the first time, and you brought rake and scrape and Junkanoo into the curriculum. Created safer school campuses, introduced student IDs, and launched a national sporting program. I think that's more underway. And you empowered the first ever wellness guru in the person of Debbie Ferguson McKenzie, the Olympian, to promote wellness among the student population. And she is now, I believe, moving through the schools. And of course, you facilitated the start of every day with a hot breakfast, now numbering 2 million breakfasts served. Because of your work after COVID, our children stabilized, their well-being improved, and we realized record high school diploma attainment rates. At Program Shore, you reformed the curriculum to become more therapeutic in nature, and the work to establish a boarding facility, I believe, is underway. We have begun to see in many areas the best results and outcomes in over a decade. We know there are difficult legacy issues that must be addressed, and the minister has spoken to this. The same issues that countries all over the world are experiencing, and there is still much work to be done. But progress is evident. You may find, for example, that while a student did not attain a BGCSE in physics, and let's face it now, especially the ones who talk about it, how many of the distinguished members in here have done that? Raise your hand, please, quick, quick, quick. You? Okay, the member for St. Barnabas. You believe him? You believe him, you believe him. The same student, that same student, however, may have excelled in industry certifications or successfully acquired technical accreditation. I thank the leaders and staff of that ministry for your trust and confidence. Serving with you and interfacing with our nation's greatest asset, our children, has been the highest honor of my life. I have no doubt that the new minister, the member for Exuma, who we heard from just shortly, a few moments ago, about an hour ago, he will build on that foundation, and you would have heard from his speech, he will bring fresh perspectives to take our children to new heights and carry the quest of education even further than what we have already seen. Madam Speaker, allow me at this juncture to thank the Prime Minister for giving me that cherished opportunity in education and for affording me the one that I now assume. Let me say something about the Prime Minister. He's a product of old Bight Cat Island, of humble beginnings. He had the fortune of good parents and a generous village, which allowed him to capitalize on his immense wit and talents. He has excelled in his professional career as an attorney and now a King's Counsel, and in politics as the first leader to secure the confidence of the Bahamian people for consecutive terms in almost a generation. He is not loud or boastful. He has been able to attract the support and confidence of persons across political lines, and he has brought a specific eye to ordinary Bahamians. We saw this manifested early in the last term in the increase of the minimum wage within 18 months of taking office, in the steady reduction and ultimate removal of VAT on food at the grocery store, and in the elimination of duty on thousands of imported items. We see it in the focus on workers' rights and protections, in the expansion of national health insurance, and in the tremendous resources invested in family island communities for infrastructural development. In Grand Bahama, he has tackled the age-old dilemma of the Grand Bahama Port Authority and its inequitable relationship with the people of Grand Bahama, successfully bringing legal action in an effort to procure equity for the people of that island. And he has heeded the cries of the people there about the hardship, he who feels it knows it, created by the unrelenting high cost of electricity. And I asked the member for Pine Ridge to provide me with some, although I can't find it, with some of the commentary, what's it right here, as a result of this takeover that was so, I don't know, became so controversial. But this is some of the things on, we've seen on social media. This person says, my bill, my electricity bill was $413 last month. Today it's $191. Trying to find, there's another one here. I don't want to say all, it's really like a flood of commentary. This one says, yes, yes, with the 6 S's. My power bill went down, y'all. Thank you, Freeport Power and the Progressive Party. All right. I think they mean us. I think so. And I am not talking a little, by about $200 down. Many may not know that very recently in Inagua, the member for Cat Island stepped in to rescue the jobs of hundreds of Bahamians with the imminent closure of Morton Salt. Plenty people don't know that. Yes. He forgot to brag about that. He has raised the awareness of the international community about the climate vulnerability of small island developing states such as ours. The reputation of this country has been maintained in the international community, including in the observation of various ratings agencies. And we've heard this before in the debate. In one instance, the recovery and management of the economy has been described as remarkable. More importantly, he has done all of this while holding the confidence of the Bahamian people for a second consecutive term. Now, nothing is perfect now.
You should come with us, Michael.
But the people know and understand that Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador has given us a strong leader, a humble servant, and one who is committed to the advancement of ordinary Bahamians. Madam Speaker, on the 16th of May, I was honored to be sworn in as Minister of Tourism in the second consecutive Davis administration. I have the great fortune of being positioned to build on the work initiated by the member for Exuma and Ragged Island. Under his watch, the nation saw record air and sea arrivals in successive years. Last year being unprecedented with 12.5 million arrivals. In the first 4 months of this year alone, the Bahamas welcomed 4,985,668 visitors by air and sea across all islands. That number represents an 88% increase over the same period in 2019 and a 13.9% increase over the same period in 2025, just last year. Between January and April 2026, foreign air arrivals increased by 5.5% over the same period in 2019 and by 4.3% over the 2025 figure. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island also led an aggressive airport expansion effort, and he's spoken to this, now underway on multiple islands across the nation. And the member for Elizabeth has spoken in more detail about that work that is now underway. The government recognizes that aviation is the enabler of economic development and social connectivity in an archipelagic nation. Since the launch of the Family Island Renaissance Project, the initiative has expanded to more than 19 aerodromes across the archipelago, and the member for Elizabeth has spoken to this. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island also marshaled the pivotal codification and official enshrinement of the Tourism Development Corporation as an institution, which is intended to deepen Bahamian participation and benefit in the tourism economy, a subject to which I will return shortly. During his tenure, the tenure of this member, the nation was recognized globally, winning a slew of awards across the industry. I thank the member for his hard work and his high attainment, and I thank him for the foundation he has laid in this most critical engine of our economy. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity a few days ago, along with the Director General, to attend my first regional Latin American and Caribbean United Nations World Tourism event. The conference gave me deeper insight into the reality that tourism is an economic pillar on which almost every nation in the world, not just the region, not just the Bahamas, not just Jamaica, every nation in the world seeks to capitalize, the largest nations as well as the smallest. UN Tourism describes tourism as, and I quote, a social, cultural, and economic phenomenon which entails the movement of people to countries or places outside their usual environment for personal or business or professional purposes. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, travel and tourism contributed about $11.6 trillion to global GDP and supported around 357 million jobs worldwide in its latest economic impact research, which is roughly 1 in every $10 generated worldwide is tourism-based. It's not just the Bahamas. The significance of tourism to our own national development is indisputable. According to the World Bank, tourism and tourism-driven activity are central to the Bahamas' economy, well, we know that, accounting for approximately 60% of GDP and directly or indirectly employing about half of the labor force. Tourism creates jobs and livelihoods in hotels, restaurants, taxis, airports, cruise ports, marinas, straw markets, retail stores, entertainment, tours, and cultural activities, and it supports indirect jobs in construction, agriculture, fisheries, banking, insurance, security, cleaning, maintenance, and professional services. It earns foreign exchange. The Bahamas, as we know, imports much of what it consumes, and tourism brings in the foreign currency, especially the US dollars, which helps pay for those imports. We'd rather do away with all those imports, but anyway, and supports the stability of the Bahamian dollar. It generates government revenue through VAT, customs, duties, departure taxes, hotel-related taxes, business license fees, cruise payments, airport fees, and port charges, revenues that help fund public services and infrastructure. It attracts investment in hotels, resorts, airports, cruise ports, marinas, et cetera, et cetera. And it gives economic value to Bahamian culture, such as our music, our food, junkanoo, boating, fishing, et cetera. It allows Bahamians to present their culture to the world while creating business opportunities at home. Madam Speaker, over the generations, the Bahamas has built a resilient and distinctive tourism profile. We emit a rich and general conception, a bundle of ideas, incorporating most especially our beautiful waters, our lush landscape, and our warm and friendly people. Our greatest asset over the years, however, has been the unique personality of the Bahamian people, a people capable of engagement at every level, from the morning talk show debates to the warm good mornings, from the willing advice and counsel offered by any random person along the way, to our iconic taxi drivers who are experts on almost every topic, to the enduring people-to-people program where visitors eat from the same pot and share time and space with our citizens. This is in our DNA. We are a proud, patriotic, hospitable, intelligent, and culturally rich people, and those who come here know it. Tourism means far more to the Bahamas than visitors coming for sun, sand, sea, and culture. It is the foundation of our national economy and one of the main ways we earn income from the world. It is important that we understand this sector not only in its direct impact on tourism workers and not only in its indirect impact on those particular professions, but in what it means to our wider national aspirations. It is the revenue that builds schools and hospitals, that creates infrastructure networks, that builds homes and finances innovation on a national level. It is the college scholarship of a young girl from Baintown. Baintown, you heard that? Baintown. Never mind. You miss it. You missed it. Or a young boy from Eleuthera. It is the docks and bridges in Ragged Island and Acklands. Yes. In short, it is how we build our country and how we fund our vision for the future. Yes. And yet, despite all of this, this high dependency and all these numbers, our mainstay carries a contradiction in its internal workings. We know that perhaps 85 cents of every tourism dollar, this figure is ridiculous, leaves our economy almost immediately. This is so even though we have the primary input, namely our pristine physical assets and the power of the Bahamian people. The main reasons that revenue leaves are well understood. We import the fuel, the food, the furniture, the hotel supplies, etc. Many of the hotels, cruise lines, airlines, and booking platforms are foreign-owned, and profits and management fees are repatriated abroad. Our marketing, insurance, technology, and financing costs are largely paid overseas, and our local supply linkages to agriculture, fisheries, manufacturing, and the cultural industries remain limited. Added to this, this sector has become more and more competitive, with regional destinations chasing a wider share of the market. The picture can be summarized plainly. The Bahamas does exceptionally well in tourism. Tourism is critical to our economic life and our state of prosperity. The industry has become more competitive, and most of the yield is felt outside the country. Most. The last fact is the one, this last fact is the one this ministry intends to change. This contradiction must be addressed in a focused and fundamental way. The first work we will undertake, is to assess and analyze this anomaly more fully and to create policies and strategies that remediate it so that the lion's share of the yield from tourism dollars is domiciled in the Bahamian economy. What then should be our approach? It begins with the product. This is a word tourism uses a lot, product. There is much talk about the tourism product, but the product is simply our people and our physical environment. And we must bring a closer look to these invaluable assets, which reach far beyond the tourism paradigm into our very identity as a people. We improve the product by building the nation. We improve it by increasing national pride and deepening our cultural inheritance, by training and professionalizing our frontline workers and human development, and by securing a clean environment and raising awareness of the need to keep it so that our children inherit. I didn't say the tourists, I said our children inherit a stronger and more progressive country. That is why I have joined forces with my colleague ministers, Minister Lightburn in the Environment, Minister Bryce in Culture, and Minister Lundy in Transport, to bring a laser focus to areas that serve not only the so-called product, but the qualitative state of our nation and our national pride. We will review Bahama Host and run training programs that build among our stakeholders a clear understanding. They got to understand what tourism means to our economy, not just for the individual wage earner or entrepreneur, but to our national economy and to our national well-being. Yes. We want every person on the front line to understand the importance of professionalizing their service, because we are all dependent on it. And we will provide new and refresher training for the frontline representatives of the Bahamian people, because that's what they are. They represent us. We will also focus on workforce development. Most Caribbean destinations struggle to connect tourism growth to local professional advancement. The requirement for Bahamian employment and professional development plans, as set out in the Blueprint for Progress, anticipates structured development for our hotel general managers and senior hotel executives, our revenue managers, our aviation professionals, our technology specialists, and our luxury service managers. These are high-income positions in which Bahamians remain underrepresented. It is insane. Yes. And that must change, and it will change. I will meet soon with stakeholder groups throughout the country to engage on these principles, to hear their concerns, to seek solutions, and to collaborate for the advancement of the industry and the Bahamian people. At the end of that process, we must arrive at a consensus. We must. That nothing short of the pursuit of excellence will suffice, and that Bahamians must advance within this industry. On this question of the tourism product, I had the privilege week before last, of visiting Cat Island, the Rake and Scrape Festival. It was a wonderful event with the best music. Native dishes like crab and dough, which I don't eat because I'm a vegan, but everyone was enjoying it. And a warm and beautiful atmosphere. I took the opportunity, believe it or not, to climb Mount Alvernia, the highest point in our country, and to reflect on the incredible story of the Hermitage at its peak, built by an American monk who had formerly been an architect. Australian. He was Australian? Australian. Let me correct this. You heard, did you hear me talk about UPM? Thank you. I'm not looking for anything, do I just say But if you got a little something, I'll take it, you know. So he was Australian, an Australian monk who had formerly been an architect. I stood at that elevated vantage point. I looked out across the island, and I had the chance to enjoy a culturally rich experience within our own archipelago. This is our product. And it raises an important point about equity. The heat of the tourism fire should be felt across the nation, in Cat Island, in Inagua, on the flats of Andros, at Dean's Blue Hole in Long Island, and at the blue holes all over the country, in the caves of Eleuthera, in the salt ponds and flamingos of Inagua. I'd mentioned Inagua before, but that's the specifics. In our iconic fleet of lighthouses, and a lot of people may not know about these lighthouses. When I previously served as Minister of Transport, we submitted to UNESCO for our fleet of lighthouses to become tangible cultural spaces. I forget how the terminology is, but to raise globally about the lighthouses. But we have lighthouses in Elbow Reef, we have them in Hole in the Wall, Abaco, Gun Key, Bimini, San Salvador, Great Isaac in Bimini, Key Lobos, Great Stirrup Key in the Berry Islands, Castle Island, Inagua, and Bird Rock. I have an aunt that was born in Bird Rock. My grandfather was a lighthouse keeper. And we sought to have nominated all 11 lighthouses constructed by the British Imperial Lighthouse Service between 1836 and 1887. And I mention this because this is part of the product. This is something no one else has. And our justification for outstanding universal value was, for over 150 years, British Imperial Lighthouse Service lights have been a constant in Bahamian maritime history. They are sources of pride and visible symbols of the unique heritage of a maritime nation, as well as the nation's colonial past. There are only a few of these hand-wound, kerosene-burning lighthouses left in the world, and they are found where? In the Bahamas. And this is the product. And then we look at the unique handcraft of red bays. Every indigenous and diverse feature, cultural and culinary, across the archipelago belongs in this story. There is no place like this in the world. Many family islands face the same fundamental constraints. And we talk about family island, incentivizing family island tourism or economic activity, air access, housing, healthcare, workforce availability, reliable broadband, and renewable energy. That is why the infrastructural work underway by this government matters so much, because it ignites economic activity throughout the nation. With the Minister of Culture, we will bring a specific focus to our cultural heritage. That includes the recent redevelopment of the 66 Steps, the Water Tower, the work of the Nassau Historical Society. It includes integrating our culture and heritage more fully and protecting heritage sites, such as the Nassau Public Library. And let me just say about the public library, I know we pass that every day on Shirley Street. Every day, everyone's driving past that space. But I want to tell everyone, those who don't know, what exactly that is. Trying to find it quickly. Just my luck, I can't find it.
Take your time.
Take my time?
You have all night.
No, I don't have all night.
Tell us anyhow. All night.
I'll find it in a minute. But it was actually a jail. On one, I want to get the years right. That was previously a jail. The public library on Shirley Street. Try and see if I can find it. I ain't gonna find it. Who got it? Who got it? Anyway, it was previously a jail, and it's now a public library that all of the young people go to. But that is one of the oldest structures in this country. That building right there. And when I served as minister, we worked with the Ministry of Works to begin the protection and preservation of that building. But that is something that also is very critical for persons to understand and see who we are. Oh, I have it here. I got it here. I got it in the script. Okay, I have it in my script, okay? Many who may not know, and who pass this unsuspecting building every day, will not know it's one of the oldest and the only octagon-shaped historic building in the Bahamas. This edifice was originally completed 1798 to 1800 as the first jail and correctional workhouse by Mr. Joseph Eve, a loyalist. This towering frame stands 4 stories high. It don't look that, but it's 4 stories high, with all of the original native stones. It comprises a basement, being the dungeon, the 2 middle floors being the main library, museum, reading rooms, etc. And then, of course, the picturesque veranda that gives you a breathtaking view of Nassau. So we will also work closely on refocusing the world-famous straw market, and the member for Seabreeze and myself have spoken about this. Clifton Heritage Park, and the slave villages whose sacred remains can be found throughout the archipelago. And we would like to see the work continue to completion on the National Museum. And work has begun with that at Collins House, the conceptualization, where Bahamians and visitors alike can come to an understanding of who we are. We must use this opportunity to highlight some of the spectacular aspects of our national identity. There is Junkanoo, recently adjudicated by UNESCO as a world intangible cultural heritage, whose hypnotic and pulsating rhythm and spectacular display of color are unmatched. There is the eclectic rake and scrape with its saw and drum. This is the land that produced Joseph Spence, whose global impact came from the way he transformed Bahamian folk, gospel, and island guitar traditions into a unique sound that influenced folk, blues, rock, and acoustic guitar musicians around the world, making him one of our most important cultural exports. This country produced Tony McKay, known as Exuma, whose music left a mark far beyond these shores. Rolling Stone has reported that Jordan Peele's film, Nope, was inspired in part by a burned CD of Exuma's music that a friend had given him years earlier. He made an entire movie. It produced Tavares Strawn, a Bahamian-born contemporary artist from Nassau, who has achieved major international acclaim for his large-scale multidisciplinary work, combining art, science, history, space exploration, memory, Black identity, colonial history, and overlooked lives. He now has an exhibit in Los Angeles that I'm told is wowing the world. This country produced Dr. Miles Monroe, often described as one of the best-known Bahamians ever. It produced Amos Ferguson, one of our most important visual artists and the notable folk or intuitive artist this country has produced, who painted in his old age on whatever he could find, including cardboard, paper, cereal boxes, and canvas. And it was featured in a solo exhibition at the Wadsworth Atheneum in Hartford in 1985. It produced the inimitable Sir Lyndon Pendling, a force nationally, regionally, and globally, noted for his profound involvement and leadership during the historic 1985 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Nassau, which helped intensify the international pressure that led to the release of Nelson Mandela after 27 years of confinement on Robben Island. This country produced Sir Sidney Poitier, the beloved actor who broke racial barriers in recognition of his art form at a time of great racial strife in the United States. And it is the home of some of the greatest athletes the world has ever seen, amateur and professional. Would VJ say? Okay. This, Madam Speaker, is the product we must work on, the natural and human assets of our nation. And there are so many other iconic personalities and aspects, but I've only chosen to highlight a few. Key to that product is the revitalization of downtown Nassau. We've been talking about that for a while. The Blueprint for Progress sets out a clear path. We will explore the feasibility of attracting investors, local or otherwise, hopefully local, for mixed-use developments that combine retail, residential, and hospitality, so that there is life downtown around the clock. We will establish targeted grants and low-interest financing. Listen, Bahamian entrepreneurs, we will establish targeted grants and low-interest financing for Bahamian entrepreneurs and property owners to renovate buildings, invest, and open businesses downtown. We will empower the Tourism Development Corporation to acquire and assemble underutilized land downtown for strategic redevelopment, with Bahamian ownership prioritized. We will continue the systematic demolition of derelict structures, converting the cleared sites into green spaces, pocket parks, and public plazas. We will introduce a downtown streetscape program to upgrade lighting, paving, signage, and landscaping along Bay Street. And we will establish curated vendor markets and pop-up commercial zones to give Bahamian makers, food vendors, and artisans a permanent, organized presence downtown. This is in our blueprint for progress that we have committed to. Alongside this, we will commit to redeveloping and renovating our historic sites, as was done, as I referred to, the 66 steps, the water tower. We must do the forts, the botanical gardens, and in time, we must see, as a sovereign, independent people, a national museum. We will place a stronger focus on the nighttime economy, on cultural program, on live music districts, on food halls, on public art, and on heritage preservation. Because visitors, we are learning, increasingly seek authentic urban experiences, and Bahamians love it. Madam Speaker, most of our tourism numbers are amassed in cruise arrival. Almost 11 million passengers in 2025. We are perhaps the most significant cruise nation in the world, with Nassau alone recording about 6.7 million cruise passengers in 2025, making it the world's busiest transit cruise port. On spending, the ministry's cruise expenditure survey put the average at $78.77 per cruise passenger in 2020, while the FCCA and BRIA figure for 2023 and 2024 was $120.93 per passenger visit. But the range I've heard is estimated between $85 to $150 per passenger. But this is compared to $2,700 per stopover visitor on average. The current estimate, in other words, 80% of visitors come via cruise and contribute approximately 20% to tourism spending. I do not think the case can be made any stronger than what these stark figures expose. This cruise industry also has unique features, including private islands, a port facility, Nassau Cruise Port, that is in many ways a resort unto itself. The outcomes we currently see take visitors further away from that interface with our people, and that's the product. Our people is the product. And they challenge the full economic potential of the industry. The challenge before us is to ensure that cruise passengers, because in many ways it has its challenges, but it's a lot of people. It's an opportunity. The challenge before us is to ensure that cruise passengers venture into the wider national economy, spending more and spreading benefit more broadly across the Bahamian economy. So, Madam Speaker, we will shortly begin discussions with the FCCA and with individual cruise lines. I already met with a representative from Carnival a couple of weeks ago, and we have a meeting with the FCCA that is scheduled, so that we will begin to discuss these matters and any other matters of mutual concern, including, very importantly, the conversion of cruise passengers into future stopover visitors. And just so I could refresh our memory, the cruise passenger spends between $85 to $150, and the stopover spends $2,700 per stopover on average. The outcomes we currently see take visitors, the goal of that partnership with the cruise industry must be a win-win for every player in the industry, otherwise it ain't making no sense. It gotta be a win-win. It includes shore excursion development, where the Tourism Development Corporation has a critical role to play, and the integration of local supplies in the cruise value chain. These indicators matter more than ship arrivals alone. Tourism, Madam Speaker, is more than transporting a visitor from point A to point B, even though that is the rich first encounter that orientates a stranger to our land. It is a face-to-face encounter with the people and the cultural identity of the Bahamas, from Inagua in the south to Bimini in north. What visitors will find is that even as we are a proud and united people, we are also diverse, and that is the beauty and the bounty of the nation. The impact of tourism must be felt more deeply, and we must reconceive tourism as that vital encounter which enriches and uplifts not only the visitor, but our own people. We have perfected ourselves for ourselves, to the benefit of ourselves, and the energy of that encounter is reciprocal and valuable to others. We want to see economic activity over the hill and throughout the islands as visitors see firsthand Bahamian communities at work and play. And so we must cultivate a stronger pride in the physical environment. We must diversify our economy, and we must also diversify within the tourism economy. Madam Speaker, the Tourism Development Corporation has a critical role to play as we choose progress in the next chapter of Bahamian tourism. The corporation is a vehicle through which the dream of Bahamianization will be fulfilled, moving our people to become the drivers of their own destiny. The Bahamas is one of the world's leading tourism destinations. Our challenge now is not simply to grow tourism, but to deepen its impact and expand its benefits to the average Bahamian. We must ensure that more Bahamians own businesses within the tourism economy, that more Bahamians participate in the opportunities tourism creates, and that a greater share of tourism expenditure stays in the Bahamas, remains within our communities, and circulates throughout our national economy. The corporation's mandate places it at the center of that effort. It was established to facilitate tourism development, to strengthen Bahamian enterprise, and to expand opportunities for local participation in the industry. As we look ahead, I see the corporation placing renewed emphasis on Bahamian ownership, entrepreneurship, and economic empowerment. We must continue to create pathways that allow Bahamians to enter, grow, and succeed within the tourism sector. We must ensure that talented Bahamians, regardless of which island they call home, have a fair opportunity to participate in and benefit from the success of our nation's most important industry. This means supporting small and medium-sized tourism enterprises, encouraging innovation, strengthening standards, developing human capital, and helping Bahamian businesses become more competitive. It means creating opportunities for Bahamian artisans, tour operators, cultural practitioners, transportation providers, restaurateurs, and entrepreneurs to capture a greater share of the value that tourism creates. At the same time, the corporation will help strengthen the sense of place that distinguishes the Bahamas from every other destination in the world. I remember going to Bay Street as a child with my parents and being in awe of the sights and sounds, fancy stores, the artisans selling Bahamian-made wares in the straw market and on the street, and they were a thing of pride. As a young adult, my friends and I went to the Drumbeat Club. Anyone else been to that? Where we listened to John Chippy Chipman and were enthralled by his wife, Becky Chipman, whom we all remember as the queen of the fire dance, and danced to the music of King Eric Gibson. Our culture, our heritage, our communities, and our natural environment are among, and I've said this, our greatest assets, and they need to be supported. We need to know what we have, appreciate what we have. It is incredible. The continued development of authentic Bahamian experiences will help preserve who we are, and it will allow our friends and family members to make a good living doing what they love. That's another important thing, doing what you love. That's right. This work must touch every island. For too long, tourism development has been Nassau-centric. Every island possesses unique cultural, historical, and natural assets, and we must invest in and celebrate that uniqueness. Every island should have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the tourism economy. From conch salad with mayonnaise. Who does that? Eaten on the islands in the north. That's what y'all do in Abaco? Oh, my Lord. No judgment. To white conch chowder in Inagua. From watching traditional straw plait being made to dancing a quadrille, the heel and toe, or listening to rake and scrape, as I did in Cat Island 2 weeks ago. Every person visiting this country, this unique and beautiful and extraordinary country, should be able to taste, touch, and hear the true Bahamas. Yes. That is my vision for the corporation. Yes. It will support local enterprise, strengthen communities, and deliver tangible improvements throughout the archipelago. This is what choosing progress will mean for tourism. I'll soon finish, everybody. The future of tourism development must be measured not only by the number of visitors we welcome, because we already see what that calculation looked like. Okay? We don't see that one. But by the number of Bahamians empowered to own, create, lead, and prosper within the industry. Many destinations have learned that increasing arrivals does not on its own increase prosperity. The Bahamas already attracts high-spending visitors. So the work before us is to maximize local capture of that spending. The question we must keep asking is how much value each visitor generates and how much of every tourism dollar stays in the local economy. Can you imagine what this country would be like if we can achieve this? Creates Bahamian wealth and circulates through Bahamian businesses. The vision is to shift from measuring tourism success primarily by arrivals to measuring it by local economic participation, Bahamian ownership, and wealth creation. The objective is to increase visitor expenditure, length of stay, repeat visitation, and the proportion of tourism revenue retained within the Bahamas. This strategic approach rests on 5 main pillars. The first is tourism yield and economic retention, maximizing visitor spending and Bahamian ownership rather than merely increasing arrivals. Economic retention, visitor spending, Bahamian ownership. The second is airlift and connectivity, a comprehensive route development program targeting underserved global markets. And we will look to create an airlift master plan. The third is sustainable and climate resilient tourism, positioning the Bahamas as the leading sustainable island destination. And I believe a conference the United Nations was held recently. The fourth is digital tourism leadership, becoming the Caribbean leader in tourism technology, data analytics, and digital visitor experiences, because data is invaluable and is a key source of the information the ministry needs to market effectively. Leading destinations are already investing in visitor data analytics, smart destination management, AI-enabled marketing, tourism intelligence, systems, and digital visitor experiences. And the Bahamas should aim to become the Caribbean's smartest tourism destination. The fifth is luxury, nautical, and experiential tourism, building on the country's competitive advantages. Madam Speaker, before closing, I want to speak to 2 other areas of the portfolio very briefly, Bahamas Air and the Gaming Board. The first is Bahamas Air, one of our most prized creations. Yes. And it has flights throughout the country: Nassau, Freeport, Abaco, Exuma, Eleuthera, Governor's Harbor, San Salvador, Roxanne, Governor's Harbor, North Eleuthera, San Salvador, Long Island, Acklins, Crooked Island, Cat Island, Mayaguana, and Nagua. That tells you right there what Bahamas Air means to us. But it also flies to Orlando, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Cape Haitian, Havana, Providenciales. And from Freeport to Fort Lauderdale, from Exuma to Fort Lauderdale, from Marsh Harbor to West Palm Beach, from North Eleuthera to Fort Lauderdale, from San Salvador to Miami. So, while it continues to require, and I got the language from the Minister of Finance, significant subvention from the public purse, it is my intent to work closely with management and the board in the near days to review the business plan and operation dynamics with a view in the first instance to reducing levels of subvention. The second area of relevance that I want to refer to is the Gaming Board. The Gaming Board exists to regulate and supervise the gaming industry in the national interest. Its mission is to protect the integrity of gaming by ensuring that the industry remains free from criminal influence, that licensed operators and employees meet standards of honesty and good character, and that all gaming activity is conducted fairly and in accordance with the law. Its mandate is therefore not merely administrative. It is protective, supervisory, and enforcement-oriented, aimed at preserving public confidence, safeguarding patrons, and ensuring that gaming contributes to the economy within a properly regulated framework. So the area of interest in the gaming board that I want to refer to in this presentation is the administration of the Corporate Social Investment Initiative, where funds from revenue is set aside in this entity for the purpose of promoting positive social and economic development throughout the Bahamas. And it supports initiatives that advance education, tourism, sports, culture, healthcare, community development, and other projects. So we will be watching to see how more strategically those funds are able to be utilized. But Madam Speaker, I just want to end on this by saying that gaming is intended to be a recreational activity, and one that should be approached with reasoned management and balance. And I say no more. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the tourism product, in the end, we are really talking about us, our nation, and our people. We improve the product by building the nation. When we keep more of the tourism dollar at home, when we put Bahamians in the ownership seat of their own industry, and when we spread the benefit from Adelaide to Bimini, from Abaco to Inagua, from Rum Key to Farmers Key, we are strengthening the Bahamian spirit. Oh, that's so important, the Bahamian spirit. We gotta feed that drew the world here in the first place. That is our core treasure, Madam Speaker. It has been the source of our success at home and abroad, and it will be the most important measure of the progress we now choose. The success of our country cannot exceed the success of its people. That's a serious observation. That is a fundamental truth that we must always keep top of mind in all we do. There is no profit in gains that are not felt by our people. As we talk about GDP growth, lofty tourism numbers, and other metrics for success, one metric that matters most will always be the ways we have invested, uplifted, and empowered Bahamians. We must achieve this in tourism. We must achieve this in tourism. We must achieve this in tourism. We must achieve it in construction, agriculture, real estate, financial services, and all the central pillars of our economy. We must not conceive of opportunity as something to be given to our people. We must not fall into the habit of talking and thinking of Bahamian ownership as some kind of new standard to be established. Instead, we must see these things as the innate birthright of our citizens. That's right. And where we have fallen short of that standard, we must redirect, reimagine, and reconstruct the paradigms of a society that delivers anything less than empowerment and liberation for our people. That's right. As we do this work that only a progressive liberal party can do. With God's help, amen, tourism as the economic engine of this nation will have a major role to play. Right. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Angaston, many of whom have so kindly joined me today, 6 times, and on behalf of every Bahamian who will rise tomorrow morning to do honest work, yes, I support this budget as a step toward that vision. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Bimini and Berry Islands. Maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Esteemed colleagues and my fellow Bahamians, a pleasant good evening. Today I rise with a great sense of pride, gratitude, and purpose as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Bimini and the Berry Islands. Madam Speaker, I have no photographs of potholes or down street signs to share with Parliament like others. But what I bring to this House, Madam Speaker, is I bring the stories of people with me. The common, ordinary Bahamian man, woman, boy, and girl from Bimini and the Berry Islands. A people who stepped boldly into the new frontier on 12th of May 2026 and covered themselves with the fate of a continued progress. They knew there was some fixing to get done. They knew many things personal to each one of them needed attention. But they refused to be selfish. They moved as a united community to welcome and embrace progress. They knew the PLP history, Madam Speaker. They knew the honesty and faithful stewardship of Prime Minister Philip Edward Davis. Madam Speaker, I am forever humbled by the opportunity to have a voice in this honorable House on behalf of the people who raised me, shaped me, and entrusted me with the highest honor of public service. As I stand here today, I do so fully aware that the responsibility is not about titles. It is about responsibility. It is about carrying the hopes, concerns, dreams, and aspirations of ordinary Bahamians into the halls here where decisions are made. Before I proceed, Madam Speaker, there is a matter that weighs heavy on the hearts of my constituents. On behalf of the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands, we ask the nation to remember in your prayers 9-year-old Duran Sanders, a little boy in Florida who's in hospital today, still fighting for his life after a shooting incident in Bimini several weeks ago. On 2 Sundays ago, Madam Speaker, I stood at Duran's bedside with family and friends and prayed these simple words. Jesus, friend of little children, be a friend to this little boy. Just before the general election, Madam Speaker, our community suffered another heartbreaking tragedy with the loss of young Elijah, who was drowned in an open puddle, Madam President, open well. And I ask the nation to please keep Elijah's family in your prayers as well. Both boys were students at the Gateway Christian Academy School in Bimini. Madam Speaker, on the evening of the 12th day of May in the year of our Lord, 2026, Bimini and the Berry Islands made both national and PLP history. We were the first to anchor across the finish line, the first constituency to signal what would become an historic victory and a second consecutive term for the Progressive Liberal Party. On that night, the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands helped to stop the clock on a 30-year trend that no other government could break. And now they know what other Bahamians have always known, Madam Speaker. You never get a licking till you go down to Bimini. Madam Speaker, coming to this place to represent my people was a dream nurtured in me from childhood. Through God's grace and mercy, the stewardship of my late mother, Karen Sandra Johnson Roll, my father, Randy Roll Sr., my late Grammy, Emmy Roll, countless family members, teachers, church leaders, neighbors, classmates, co-workers, and friends throughout Bimini and the Berry Islands. Because of them, Madam Speaker, I stand here today. Yes. To every person who place their confidence in me, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To my leader, Philip Edward Davis, my colleagues, parliamentary colleagues, friends, persons who worked with me on my campaign, I thank you too from the bottom of my heart. I make this solemn pledge, Madam Speaker, that I shall never let them down. I will represent them with dignity, honesty, fairness, and determination. Every voter, every resident, and every constituent. My doors will remain open, and I will never forget that I am here to serve them. Madam Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge those who paved the way before me. To my colleague, Kingsley Smith, thank you for your service. To the people of Bimini, and to my colleague, Leonardo Lightburn, thank you also for your service to the people of the Berry Islands. Madam Speaker, I also stand on the shoulders of great leaders, including Warren J. Lavarity, Moses Hall, my mentor George Reish, Frank Roll, and the late Obadiah Hercules Wilcombe. I stand upon the work of the pioneers such as Senator Lockhart, and from the Berry Islands, Uncle Dave Dean. Their services, Madam Speaker, laid the foundation upon which I shall build. Madam Speaker, Bimini continues to produce some of the finest athletic talent this nation has ever known. From Danny Smith to Yama Bahama, our small islands have constantly punched above their weight. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, through you, I wish to remind the Honorable Prime Minister that there was once a time when my father, Randy Rolls Sr., and the boys from Bimini could deliver quite a licking on the baseball field. Madam Speaker, I also wish to announce that with the help of my good friend and brother, former Senator Greg Burrows, that we shall introduce Freedom Farm Bimini to Freedom Farm Baseball to Bimini in short order. Sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House move beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. You may proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our islands have long occupied a special place in the history and imagination of the world. Explorers like Ponce de Leon searched our shores for the fountain of youth. Ernest Hemingway lived amongst us and immortalized our waters. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. found peace and inspiration on Bimini. Adam Clayton Powell retreated there, and Elijah Muhammad called it his second home. The Berry Islands and Bimini, Madam Speaker, have helped define sports fishing reputation of the Bahamas. Our history is rich. Our culture is vibrant. Our stories are world-class. As Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, I intend to ensure that these stories become a part of our national tourism product and economic strategy. Madam Speaker, I wish to say how honored I am to serve alongside the member for Angliston and the Minister of Tourism. Her appointment as the first woman to hold this portfolio is historic and inspiring. I believe her leadership will usher in a new era where more Bahamians move beyond participation in tourism and into ownership and she spoke about that today. Investment, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, I'm so honored to be a student and be able to work alongside her, and I look forward to continuing to work alongside her and do our best. Madam Speaker, my people in Bimini and the Berry Islands want to be ready for those opportunities. They voted for continued progress. Now, they wish to participate in that progress. Madam Speaker, this 2026-27 budget reflects the values and priorities outlined in the government's blueprint for progress. It builds upon the progress already achieved and creates new pathways, economic empowerment, community development, and national growth. As the Prime Minister stated, our nation's success is possible because of collaboration with Bahamians who contribute their ideas, talents, and innovation towards moving our country forward. My constituents have certainly contributed their ideas. Through meetings, emails, WhatsApp groups, and community conversations, they have provided me with what I affectionately call their grocery lists. And at its core, however, it is not a grocery list. It's a development agenda. It is a roadmap to a stronger Berry Islands and Bimini. Madam Speaker, let me begin with Bimini. The number one concern raised repeatedly is the coastal protection and beach restoration. A comprehensive boulder program and shoreline protection strategy beginning in Alice Town, extending from Blue Waters to the public school area. We must address erosion at Spook Hill Beach and Porgy Bay, where years of environmental changes and infrastructure development have impacted public beaches and commercial recreational spaces traditionally used by residents. The government dock in Bailey Town requires protective works and upgrades. These, Madam Speaker, are not luxury projects. They are investments in tourism, public safety, and economic stability. Madam Speaker, Bimini also seeks action on government housing, and I've been in contact with the Minister of Housing, who has promised me that he shall be there shortly to look at some options. Beach erosion, migration, stronger environmental enforcement against illegal dumping, improved drainage throughout key residential and commercial areas, a dedicated fire truck for North Bimini, upgrades to or construction of a modern police station, refurbishment of the George Reach building, utilization of abandoned government buildings, and a program to address dilapidated structures. Madam Speaker, one initiative I'm especially excited about is the introduction of a beautiful Bimini program modeled after the successful efforts led by my colleague, the Minister of Grand Bahama. This initiative, Madam Speaker, will focus on beautification, cleanup campaigns, restoration projects, community pride, environmental stewardships, and economic opportunities for local contractors and small businesses. If my record proves anything, Madam Speaker, it is that I am a get things done man.
Run on your record, boy. Run on your record.
And, Madam Speaker, I intend to get things done in Bimini and the Berry Islands. Madam Speaker, the Berry Islands also has a clear vision for their future. Their priorities include improved water infrastructure and water pressure, dock upgrades and dredging, completion and commissioning of the new clinic, garbage collection improvements, mosquitoes control programs, renovation of parks and recreational facilities, additional street lighting and pedestrian safety measures, public beach access improvements, and special needs education services. Technical and vocational training opportunities, social service representation on the island, and expanded government services, including road traffic, labor, and environmental offices. Also in the Berry Islands, affordable housing initiatives. And a full teacher deployment before the start of every school year. Madam Speaker, the Berry Islands are rich with untapped opportunities. There's tremendous potential for hotel development, ecotourism, bone fishing, boating, second home investments, and locally owned tourism enterprises. Through partnerships with Small Businesses Development Center, greater support for Airbnb operators, entrepreneurship, fishermen, guides, and family-owned businesses, we can create sustainable wealth for residents. The future, Madam Speaker, belongs not only to large developments, but to empowered Bahamians. Madam Speaker, economic empowerment must be at the center of our vision. Development cannot simply happen around our people. It must happen through our people. Every dock we improve, every road we pave, every clinic we build, every classroom we build, every small business we support, every young entrepreneur we empower, all, Madam Speaker, contribute to stronger communities and stronger families. Madam Speaker, I understand the needs of people, my people in Bimini and the Berry Islands, because I've lived those needs. I understand the challenges because they are my challenges too. I understand what it takes to move projects from ideas to realities. And I intend to be a relentless advocate for my constituents every step of the way. Madam Speaker, the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands, and Bimini, two islands, Madam Speaker, one love, have placed their confidence in this government because they have seen progress. Yeah. They have seen investments. They have seen results. And they know that there's more to come. This budget, Madam Speaker, provides the resources, direction, and vision necessary to continue that progress. Yeah. It invests in people. It invests in infrastructure. It invests in opportunity. And it invests in the future. Therefore, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands, and Bimini, two islands, one love, I proudly lend my support to this 2026-27 budget. Bimini and the Berry Islands supports this budget. Progress continues, Madam President. May God bless you and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member, and thank you for getting to the point in 19 minutes. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. So, Madam Speaker, I allowed everybody to talk for 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
And I said nothing. And they know my goal is only to talk for 25 minutes. But they telling me to stick to it when they didn't stick with it. Madam Speaker,
Talk your talk.
What's the real goal?
I rise on behalf of the resilient, faithful, trusting residents of Marathon, Madam Speaker. And I do so with profound gratitude and deep humility,
Yes.
giving the Almighty God thanks and praise for bringing me this far. Before the elections, through the elections, in this House, Madam Speaker, as the elders in our community usually say, and most of us would admit this, that they had this before, God has truly brought me a mighty, mighty long way. Madam Speaker, my mentor once told me that I am the poster child of Marathon and Urban. My story has taken me through each of these paths. And I would say to the child listening to my voice this evening, over the airways, by way of television, social media, in Marathon, or anywhere in the Bahamas, I want to say to you today, be encouraged. God has brought me this far, and He has not left me.
That's right.
And I am indeed a testimony of the promises of God. Madam Speaker, I wish to express my gratitude to the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, for the confidence that he has placed in me by giving me the opportunity to serve in his cabinet and to serve as the minister in this new ministry, the Ministry of Urban Renewal and Community Relations. The Word of God says that He will give you favor with God and with man. And therefore, I would always be eternally grateful to God for the compassion and insightful guidance Prime Minister Davis has given to me. I am certainly a living proof of his benevolence. Madam Speaker, this appointment is momentous. This newly established ministry strategic priorities are in its simplest form: to help advance a vision that places people, families, and communities at the center of national development. This ministry is designed to address the needs of our people by driving transformative progress, face-to-face, door-to-door. This ministry is not only new, Madam Speaker, but necessary.
Yes.
Before going into the debate, even as I speak about door to door, I cannot neglect to speak or recognize or mention my own constituency. And Madam Speaker, my entire family lives in my constituency. They worked on the campaign trail. I think their feet are still hurting.
Very good.
And I extend my heartfelt thanks to my mother,
Yes.
to my daughter, Adrielle, to my siblings, my aunts, my entire family for their unwavering support. And Madam Speaker, I would like to thank, I'll get to them. I see them looking at me over there, you know.
Yeah, I see them too.
Madam Speaker, as I stand here today to deliver to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas my inaugural budget communication as Minister of Urban Renewal and Community Relations, I do so on the reaffirmation and shoulders of the people of the great constituency of Marathon,
Yes.
many of whom are special guests sitting in the gallery this evening. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you for your time, your service, your commitment. Marathon, you broke the cycle. In 2021, you shattered a long-standing barrier and elected your first female member of Parliament for that constituency. That's right. And in 2026,
Yes.
you made history again
History.
by reaffirming that decision, by returning that same woman as your member of Parliament.
Very
And I'm that woman, Madam Speaker.
good. Yes, you are.
To God be all the glory. I would also like to acknowledge my coordinating team. That's Nolan Carey, Christine Sherman, Dr. Andra Kelly. May God continue to bless the fruit of your hands. Thank you for standing with me when my back was truly against the wall. Then there's my campaign team. Those who said they was jamming with ramen, and they prove it, because I won. It was demanding, but you did it.
Yes.
They did it.
I do understand firsthand what it means to build on progress, Madam Speaker. For the past 3 years, I was placed in the stewardship and the mentorship of a giant of a man, preparing me fully for such a time as this. I promise not to cry. Colleagues,
Wow.
please join me in thanking the Honorable Keith
All right.
Ricardo Bell,
Good job, Ricardo.
the Member of Parliament for Carmichael and the Minister of Housing and Land Reform,
Yes.
for all that he has done for urban renewal
Yes.
and all that he has done for me.
All is well with bells and bells.
Under his leadership, and after 2 decades, Madam Speaker,
That's a slogan.
the laying and the passage of the Urban Renewal Authority Act 2024 was accomplished. Under his leadership, many children were taught and received certificates in cybercrime. Under his leadership, strong partnerships with churches and urban renewal was fostered.
Very good.
Under his leadership, our Senior Citizens Association in communities all across the Family Island, Grand Bahama, and New Providence was strengthened.
Yes.
It was under his leadership.
Yes.
Homes were repaired. Hundreds of roofs were repaired. And repairs were done to homes damaged by fire. Under his leadership, there were installation of septic sewage in the inner city. It was done.
Very good.
Under his leadership, the staff was trained in domestic violence and suicide training. It was by his invitation that Mrs. Anne Marie Davis, Office of the Spouse of the Prime Minister, became the patron of urban. The Honorable Keith Bell, on behalf of the nation, that's those who don't want clap and those who want clap.
Yes.
I thank you for your invaluable contribution. Your service, your leadership that was demonstrated during your 10 years Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal. It was indeed an insightful journey with you.
Give Ms. Flowers while she's here. You got your flowers.
We don't say bye, but we say see you soon when we need some stuff. Madam Speaker, it is said that in order to embrace your future, you must know your history.
Right.
Building on progress, put it in its perspective, because urban renewal stands on the shoulders of its architect, the Right Honorable Clary Gladstone Christie, the former Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Yes.
In 2017, the Urban Renewal 2.0 booklet captured the mandate. Charlotte, you can't find this. We ain't giving this away.
No.
No, we put this in the safe.
Yes.
Captured the mandate and the mission that he laid down for urban renewal, and he stated, and I quote, "It is a mission of human development, social and physical transformation, and to address environment issues affecting social development in our Bahamas." Mr. Christie said that then, and that is the same and of greater importance today. Madam Speaker, Prime Minister Philip Edward Brave Davis, in his knowledge of the layout of this particular work, fully understands this assignment. You will recall that he was the Deputy Prime Minister and the former Minister of Works with oversight of urban renewal in the Christie Davis administration. His experience cannot be refuted, and a comprehension of the promise that we are building a future where no community and no individual is left behind. He is a kind and a considerate leader. I'm not the only one who said it. The great member for Angliston alluded to that. He's a champion for the small man, the average person, and the disadvantaged. And this is reflected in every decision that he makes. And it is demonstrated in his deep care and concern for the struggles for the common man. He is a man with a big heart, and one who never forgets where he came from. He is always willing to pull someone anywhere up. On record in 2017, Prime Minister Davis, who was the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, he said, and I quote, "Urban renewal is my story and that of every Bahamian who transmitted from the belly of the inner city. We must reach back to our humble beginnings in order to enhance and to restore these communities for posterity." Madam Speaker, I am drawing attention to this because there is absolutely no way we can know where we are going with this ministry today if we do not know where we came from. If we neglect to pay attention to the framers, to the meeting of their minds at the time the program was formulated, then we do ourselves a disservice. The Bible refers to it as line upon line, precept upon precept, Madam Speaker. Each step of the way, we have built on progress. From the founder, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie, who introduced this revolutionary machinery that has shaped and transformed the inner city since 2002. To the baton exchange, to the Honorable Brave Davis, who's charged with fulfilling the mandate and the vision of how urban renewal should run, and now today to a full-fledged ministry under his remit. I would say this deserves a round of applause for our Prime Minister and his boldness. No man is an island. No ministry is expected to undertake this alone. To build, we need all hands on deck. My cabinet colleagues, members of parliament, community leaders, church leaders, non-government organizations, volunteers, civil society, international organizations. We are all in this together. Madam Speaker, before I speak about programs, policies, and budgets, allow me to speak briefly about purpose.
Yes.
Bear with me just a bit. Let me take you on a very small journey, very small, Madam Speaker. That is worth going on. Please allow me to show you how God never makes any mistake. Back in 2002, I first walked through the doors of urban renewal as a young, slim, pretty police officer, committed to serving communities and helping people. I walked the streets of Farm Road and Centerville, where urban renewal began. I was an assistant band leader in the Farm Road Urban Renewal Band. And then I was deployed to Freeport with a team to help implement the Freeport Urban Renewal. Next, I was deployed to Camp Road Urban Renewal. Then I was sent to Fox Hill Urban Renewal to help with their program. In all these places, Madam Speaker, I knocked on doors, I sat in homes, I listened to the concerns of residents, I worked alongside community leaders, police officers, pastors, and volunteers. I saw firsthand the challenges faced by ordinary Bahamians. I promised not to cry. I saw poverty. I saw resilience. I saw families struggling to make ends meet. I saw young people searching for opportunity. I saw seniors who simply wanted to age with dignity. All of those experiences shaped me. They taught me that urban renewal and community development must exist together to achieve our goal for the improvement of the quality of life for individuals, homes, communities across the Bahamas. The objectives is two: the people and where they live. Madam Speaker, throughout my career, whether as a police officer, community leader, member of parliament, minister of state, now minister, one thing that has remained constant with me is my commitment to service. For that reason, I firmly believe that this assignment is not accidental. Every experience that I have had in public service has prepared me for this moment. Every lesson learned in urban renewal, every lesson learned in community policing, every lesson learned in constituency service, every lesson learned in government All of these experiences has prepared me for such a time as this. Madam Speaker, this is why the Prime Minister's confidence in me is a responsibility that I do not and will not take lightly. The Prime Minister understands urban renewal because he helped to shape it. It is fitting that this ministry is established under his leadership. It couldn't be under nobody else. I don't think God would have allowed it. Madam Speaker, it is at this junction that I must commend the tireless efforts and stellar leadership of the co-chairs of the Urban Renewal Authority.
Yes.
The Right Honorable Algernon Allen and Reverend Dr. Diana Francis. They continue to help me navigate this ship to safe harbor. Upon assuming office, without hesitation, they rallied around me and pledged their full support of the introduction and vision for the ministry, the government's policy direction for urban renewal, and that of community relations. They firmly believe in the importance of establishing a strong national community development framework while simultaneously operationalizing the Urban Renewal Authority. Mr. Stephen Dane, the Managing Director of Urban Renewal.
Right.
He's in the gallery, Mr. Dane.
Right, Stephen.
Please stand, let them see you, Mr. Dane. Everybody go, Mr. Dane. A community man, a leader, a pioneer. Mrs. Carolyn Bowe, the Deputy Managing Director.
Yes.
Listen, I saw this. See this? This, I talk about this, Mr. Dean and Miss Bowe.
Wow.
So you see, God don't make no mistake, eh?
From long time.
From long time.
He was there. Wow. You know?
We have Mrs. Lily Mae Lonely, our Deputy Director for New Providence. Mrs. Lonely. Mrs. Lonely deals with all the centers, all the personalities, all the programs, all the projects. We thank you for your service. We have the Deputy Director, Kirkland Russell in Grand Bahama, Ms. Melanie Raming, who's responsible for the Family Islands. She's in Cat Island. We also have our Director for the Small Home Repairs. Mr. Penn, please stand. Thank you so much for your service. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of roofs. Hundreds. Madam Speaker,
Sure, Elizabeth gets some.
I also wish to acknowledge our executive team, and I'm grateful for their support. The key management staff,
Yes.
Sabrina Saunders, that's our human resource manager. Mr. Melvin Lundy from the intelligence section. We have an intelligence section. You know we got to keep those intelligent. Mr. Lundy, please stand. A man of few words, but a man full of wisdom. Mr. Clement Lightburn, who's in charge of our security and safety section. I saw Mr. Lightburn inside. Oh, he's right here.
Lightburn,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lightburn. They quiet, but they powerful.
Yes.
Mrs. Raquel Wallace from our finance section. Mrs. Virginia Thurston, Miss Marie Adley, Mrs. Sharon Martin, our advisor, Mrs. Martin. Please wave. She's in charge of the research section and innovation. Christian Sherman. I see Crystal Roll. Crystal, thank you so much for coming. Trevor Seifert. I want all these persons to know they made history. You are a part of this history. This would always be etched. Always. It has been my distinct privilege and pleasure to be associated, Madam Speaker, with these fine workers. Even though I'm not new to the staff, introducing the new portfolio and explaining the need to strengthen institutional capacity, it was warmly received.
Yes.
It is with this need for institutional strengthening that my ministry will be hosting a Ministry of Urban Renewal and Community Relations conclave in September 2026.
Yes.
And so, along with Ms. Lily Mae Lonely, Mrs. Myrtle Andrews, and of course, Mrs. Daphne Bannister. You know, once you put it in a woman's hand, it's gonna come off, right?
That's
They're the
right.
executors.
That's right.
And there was a photo that I saw with Daphne in this book. Daphne Bannister is maybe one of the longest standing urban renewal employees. Daphne, we thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. Longest standing. She in this book. God bless you. It is at this conclave, Madam Speaker, to bring together all of our employees and stakeholders. Look at Daphne. Daphne, you even look younger.
Yeah.
But just huh? Yeah. I know. Bring all employees and stakeholders together under one roof for a 2-day conclave. This forum will include officers from all of the Family Islands, Grand Bahama, and New Providence in one central hub.
Yes.
We will have the opportunity to meet each other, share ideas, and grasp the original vision and mandate of the existence of urban renewal and shadow the course of the new ministry. And certainly, Madam Speaker, we will not be able to do that without, I call him my father, but that don't mean my real father should get mad now. Because they say it takes a village to grow up a child, right?
Yes.
Mr. Charlie Major,
Yes.
Mr. Major. So Mr. Major, and of course, Reverend Evans, Bishop Evans. I'm sure if he's not here, he's watching. We thank you for your service, chairmanship. Mr. Major, we thank you, and for your words of wisdom always. You're the peacemaker, you know. Madam Speaker, we anticipate keynote speakers and key players who originally brought this program together, testimonials from those who would have truly benefited. And it will be a display of legacy and future as we reflect on our success stories, past and present. Madam Speaker, to whom much is given, much is required. Urban renewal and community relations have two distinct functions. This work is people-centered and community-driven. And like I said earlier, the aim is to leave no man behind. And before I tell you of some of the dynamic projects that are going to spring out of the ground very soon, it is fitting that I tell you about the areas of responsibility which is under the banner of urban renewal. That's relations with the Urban Renewal Authority, the National Minor Repair Homes Building. We call it the small home repairs, but you know our Authority Act, we want you to get in the business of what the authority says, the National Minor Repair Homes / buildings. Urban development, and under the banner of community relations will be community development, relations with faith-based institutions, community empowerment, and local improvement association.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Urban Renewal Authority will continue to function in terms of rolling out all of its projects and programs as it relates to the senior citizens associations, our youth programs, our minor repairs on homes and buildings, and other programs. Deputy Managing Director, Mrs. Carolyn Bowe, will be in charge of the ministry's arm under the Community Relations section. She's passionate about community work and brings a wealth of knowledge to this post. Under the Community Relations section, there's a special project unit that will be implemented and oversight by a director. The Royal Bahamas Police Force and its Urban Renewal Police Division, as well as its community policing efforts under the remit of Superintendent Davy Pratt, will also be attached to the Community Relations section. They will work closely with the community and crime watch groups. And I must commend the police officers who are attached to all of the urban centers. They work extremely hard They are the eyes on the ground for the community.
Yes.
They make residents feel
They are.
safer. I mean, they bring the love back.
Yes.
You know, when we always used to say the police are my friends, and I realize the young people, the young kids are saying that now again, and I feel good to hear that. We are also particularly excited about the collaboration of the ministry and the Urban Renewal Police Division. We're going to roll out a program called Step Up Junior Program. This is for ages 12 to 16.
Nice.
Now, this is what they say, right? This part here, I didn't write this part. This is what they say, right? Who write this? Listen what they say, Mr. Bell. I was one of those rude young girls rescued by the police cadet program. Why they lying on me?
Wow. Wow. Who wrote that now?
They took me off the streets, the police cadet, and taught me discipline, leadership, and character.
Wonderful.
How many more mini-me out there that needs to buckle down
Yes.
on their scholastic work? How many more mini-me can be rescued off the streets to stand in this honorable house?
Very good.
A scholastic component will also be intertwined with this program.
Very good.
3 days of immersion in maths and English under the tutelage of qualified teachers. It is our intent that these individuals will filter, we will prepare them, the police will prepare them to get into the Royal Bahamas Police Force cadet program, moving from this program. Madam Speaker, a budget that builds on progress is a fitting theme for this season and for this reason. That simple reason is that real progress belongs to every citizen. To the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, real progress tracks the economic growth and opportunities of the country. That meant that communities measured real progress because their children were exposed to quality education and decent jobs. Communities measured real progress because our seniors felt supported. Nelson Mandela reminds us that a society is measured by how it cares for its elderly citizens. Madam Speaker, I know that the great member for Kalani would have said, not in so many words, but she alluded to the fact that people want to feel progress.
Yeah.
Communities measures progress because neighborhoods saw increased police presence. Communities measured progress because families were afforded opportunities to own their own homes. It is at the very heart of all of this that the Ministry of Urban Renewal and Community Relations sits. Advocating for real progress with measurable, meaningful change. Tangible progress where talk is cheap, but money buy land moment. This is the moment I'm talking about. It is these decisions that we make now at the ministry that will affect generations to come. We are not building a budget for progress just for short term. This is for the long haul. The work that we engage in my ministry, I said my ministry?
Yes.
Is fluid
Yes.
and
Yes, girl. Go ahead. Very
I
good.
learned that from you, Mr. Bell. And always evolving with demands that continue to expand.
Yes.
As faithful stewards, we will work diligently with the resources we receive. In practical terms, if we are productive and effective with what has been allocated and demonstrated clear results, I am confident that we will be positioned to receive even greater support going forward from our good Minister of Finance,
Yes.
the great member for St. Barnabas. He will provide us
That's my
with
boy.
more
On the bus.
once we are faithful. Madam Speaker, we are poised and prepared to dive right into some of the major projects.
Yes.
The Minor Repair Program, formerly known as the Small and Repair, it's our core signature program of urban renewal. It focuses on the repair of compromised living conditions of residents in communities communities across the Bahamas. During the last 5 years, we had a high volume of applicants who applied for roof repairs. Subsequently, we completed approximately $11 million in home repairs, documented. Every farm on the family island, Eleuthera, we coming to you. Andres, North Andres, we coming.
Yes.
And Central Andres.
Very good.
Bimini, I hear you. Where is he?
Bimini's
That's good, he
somewhere.
going, right? Because this is one of the essential programs in the ministry and covers a wide array of assistance. It covers everything relating
Yes.
to making home ownership safe and comfortable. Our special project unit will be rolling out 3 distinct programs. The first one goes to the heart of all mankind, and it should. It is the provision of installing indoor plumbing. As my team continues to walk door to door and street to street and corner to corner, even as I speak today, from I came in, the team was on the ground, assessing.
Yes, yes, very good. Very good.
We see the need to eradicate the use of outside toilets. This is nothing new. It was done. Right,
Yes.
Mr. Bell? It was done.
Yes.
We are facing a real sanitation crisis, as many homes have an absence of indoor plumbing, which leads to health and hygiene issues and some serious environmental concerns. We are in the business of restoring dignity. We must begin to tackle this problem to begin to have an impact of neighborhoods in the inner city, at least before it gets out of hand with any suggestion of urban sprawl. Our second project would be the installation of running water in homes in the inner city, not the homes who water off, the homes who never had water.
Oh, okay.
And I'll be working along, yes, with my minister responsible for water and sewage.
Yes.
And of course, this is also focusing on bringing dignity and a sense of pride to residents living in the inner city. This would be directed to those who have never had installed water before. No apartment building, no apartment complex, no landlords. And of course, you would have the proof of ownership of the property. There are many residents living without basic living amenities. For example, simple as installed running water. I know you see it from time to time. Kids pushing the trolley going to the pump. It's an often occurrence we meet with children and adults who are always at the government pump. Some go to bed or to cook. This is prevalent in our inner city. We seek to help vulnerable families with little or no means in getting water installed. When a family has carried water for years and we help connect that home, that's more than a project. That's compassion converted into action. That is progress. Madam Speaker, we would also be doing the provision of ramps, installing ramps for our disabled. The technical teams have discovered, and it's continuous, that many elderly and disabled persons are immobile because they do not have access ramps leading to and from their residence.
Yes.
Forget this. Right? So this is one, right? Yeah. So, and this is just one of them. We have some persons who are in wheelchairs and can't get up in their home. Can't afford it, living in the inner city. Additionally, we would like to, for the disabled, we would like to outfit their bathrooms for the mentioned, I know that sound, I know you all spin around this night, what? not jacuzzi, not all of that. Outfit the bathrooms with fixtures suitable for proper bathroom management. Look at this, y'all. You see? We go to our bed at night, but a disabled person, see this? And so, now, in the simplest form to show you what it would look like, right?
Yes.
With the, it's these,
Yes.
the handrails. No marble tiles. Madam Speaker, see? So these, simple as these seem simple to us because we can get around, right? Yes. Okay. When a person with a disability can finally enter their home independently, that is more than a project. That is a progressive government touching people where they live. That is compassion converted into action. It is our expectation that this ministry will roll out these major projects in the coming weeks. The groundwork has already started with different teams being organized by the Special Projects Unit in all the areas extending to Abaco, Cat Island, okay, Cat Island, Exuma, they on the ground, Aucklands, Eleuthera, Grand Bahama, Bimini, in New Providence, we have Carmichael, we even have Golden Isles, Bamboo Town, Pinewood, Elizabeth, Yamacraw, Anglesey, Freetown, Bain and Grantstown. They are everywhere.
Excellent. Well done.
Homes are being identified where our disabled residents live, and inquiries are being made as to their manageability. Madam Speaker. Did I show Madam Speaker? Oh, see? Madam Speaker. This is a sample of an outside toilet. Look. This. So they still exist. People need help. This is a home we identified with no running water. And we already have the list. Madam Speaker, sorry, I'm supposed to show you boys. I need to
Keep still teaching.
Keep you still teaching. Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I remember the words of the Right Honorable Algernon Allen, the co-chair of Urban Renewal Commission in 2012. He said, and I quote, "The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped."
Yes.
Madam Speaker, progress for all is not shaped by anyone's ethnicity, their politics, their party colors, nor their island.
That's right.
It is not defined by who you know, or who they know, or who knows you. Progress for all is an inclusive, leave no one behind. It is an aggressive and unwavering commitment to all. It is noticeable and it is felt by all. This budget theme was indeed a fitting one because it recognized two realities, Madam Speaker. The first is that our country has made significant progress under the Davis-Cooper first term. The second is that there still remains much work to do under the recently renewed mandate of the same administration. People do not necessarily expect perfection from government, Madam Speaker. Kalani may disagree, but in my context, what they do expect is woven in the fabric of time. That's performance. Real performance, not acting. Madam Speaker,
Wow.
we are beginning a new chapter for more than 2 decades. That's my girl. Urban renewal has brought government close to the people.
Yes.
The Urban Renewal Authority Act gave that work permanence. The establishment of this ministry now gives it greater focus. And this budget gives us an opportunity to build upon the progress already made. Our task is not small. And so, Madam Speaker, We have this opportunity to roll out these projects to bring dignity to the lives of the individuals in need. Two things benefit. We're even able, for small contractors, they're able to have jobs. And so when the people in the country is uplifted, the nation thrives, whether you believe it or not. And when you think about the word renewal, Madam Speaker, renewal will require patience, consistency, discipline, and partnership. We will begin right where we are, and we will use exactly what we have. We will bring people together, Madam Speaker. We will work community by community, household by household, and life by life. Madam Speaker, our team has also went into the community, and there's a pilot project called Urban Development. If you go through some of the inner cities, you would see and you would be saying, oh, look at the garbage, look at this, look at that. Look at this. So you go in this area, you notice we ain't calling nobody area. No, right?
Yeah.
We decided that urban development, if you stand on the corner, for example, I'm only using a hypothetical example. If you stand on the corner of Hospital Lane, and you look through the corner left and right, and you say, well, why this place look like this? We're not standing saying, what could we do, why it look like this? We want to make a difference.
Yes.
We decided we're going to do a pilot project. Look at this, Madam Speaker, first. Right? Look at that. So what this does, look at the receptacles. So each house will have a stone receptacle. You get it? And the houses that needs painting and the total disrepair, it'll be more like, what do you call it? Refurbish.
Yeah.
So this is the end result of what we want for the inner cities.
Very good. Very good.
Everybody wants where they live to look good. Sometimes people just don't have it, can't help themselves.
Yes.
And so that is what this ministry is about.
Yes.
Urban development, inner city development.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, to the people of Marathon, I say thank you for choosing to continue progress. I'm closing. I mean that.
Very good.
I could feel the pressure coming from them. Save me from them, Madam Speaker. I feel the pressure. To the people of the Bahamas.
Yes.
This ministry is ready to work. We will listen. We will partner. We will serve. We will rebuild. We will restore. And together, we will renew our communities and strengthen our nation. This is a budget that builds on progress. And this is a ministry built to bring about progress into our communities. Madam Speaker, I support this national budget, and the people of Marathon support progress. Thank you.
Thank you for that less than 2 hours and 47-minute speech. Thank you. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Parliament. I've never been so happy to see you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the business of the House be suspended until tomorrow, Wednesday, June 17th at 10 a.m. with Seabreeze in the chair.
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House stands suspended until Wednesday, 17th of June, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended until Wednesday, 17th of June, 2026 at 10 a.m. with the honorable member for Seabreeze in the chair.